Crime of Passion. Beware the fury of a patient man, Henry Parker Britland IV observed sadly as he studied the picture of his former Secretary of State. He had just learned that his close friend and political ally had been indicted for the murder of his lover, Arabella Young. "Then you think poor Tommy did it?" Sandra O'Brien Britland said with a sigh as she patted homemade jam onto a hot scone fresh out of the oven. It was still early morning, and the couple was comfortably ensconced in their king-sized bed at Drumdoe, their country estate in Bernardsville, New Jersey. The Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Times London, L'Osservatoire Romano, and the Paris Review, all in varying stages of being read, were scattered about, some lying on the delicately flowered gossamer soft quilt, others spilling over onto the floor. Directly in front of the couple were matching breakfast trays, each complete with a single rose in a narrow silver vase. "Actually, no," Henry said after a moment, slowly shaking his head. "I find it impossible to believe. Tom always had such strong self-control. That's what made him such a fine Secretary of State. But ever since Constance died, it was during my second administration, he just hasn't seemed himself. And it was obvious to everyone that when he met Arabella, he just fell madly in love. Of course, what also became obvious after a while was that he had lost some of that steely control. I'll never forget the time he slipped and called Arabella Poopy in front of Lady Thatcher." "I do wish I'd known you then," Sandra said ruefully. "I didn't always agree with you, of course, but I thought you were an excellent president. But then, 9 years ago, when you were first sworn in, you'd have found me boring, I'm sure. How interesting could a law student be to the President of the United States? I mean, hopefully you would have found me attractive, but I know you wouldn't have taken me seriously. At least when you met me as a member of Congress, you thought of me with some respect." Henry turned and looked affectionately at his bride of 8 months. Her hair, the color of winter wheat, was tousled. The expression in her intensely blue eyes somehow managed to convey simultaneously intelligence, warmth, wit, and humor, and sometimes also childlike wonder. He smiled as he remembered the first time he met her. He had asked her if she still believed in Santa Claus. That had been the evening before the inauguration of his successor, when Henry had hosted a cocktail party at the White House for all the new members of Congress. "I believe in what Santa Claus represents, sir," Sandra had replied. "Don't you?" Later, as the guests were leaving, he had invited her to stay for a quiet dinner. "I'm so sorry," she had replied. "I'm meeting my parents. I can't disappoint them." Left to dine alone on this final evening in the White House, Henry had thought of all the women who over the past 8 years had readily changed their plans in a fraction of a second, and he realized that at last he had found the woman of his dreams. They were married 6 weeks later. At first the media hype threatened to be unending. The marriage of the country's most eligible bachelor, the 44-year-old ex-president, to the beautiful young congresswoman, 12 years his junior, set off a feeding frenzy among journalists. Not in years had a marriage so completely captured the public's collective imagination. The fact that Sandra's father was a motorman on the New Jersey Central Railroad, that she had worked her way through both St. Peter's College and Fordham Law School, spent 7 years as a public defender, then, in a stunning upset, won the congressional seat of the long-time incumbent from Jersey City, already had made her a champion to womankind, as well as a darling of the media. Henry's status as one of the 2 most popular presidents of the 20th century, as well as the possessor of a considerable private fortune, combined with the fact that he had appeared with regularity at or near the top of the list of America's sexiest men, made him likewise a favorite source of copy, as well as an object of envy by other men who could only wonder why the gods so obviously favored him. On their wedding day, one tabloid had run the headline, "Lord Henry Brinthorpe marries our gal Sunday," a reference to the once wildly popular radio soap opera that daily, 5 days a week, for years on end, asked the question, Can a girl from a mining town in the West find happiness as the wife of England's richest and most handsome lord, Lord Henry Brinthorpe? Sandra had immediately become known to one and all, including her doting husband, as Sunday. She hated the nickname at first, but became resigned to it when Henry pointed out that for him it had a double meaning, that he thought of her as a Sunday kind of love, a reference to the lyrics of one of his favorite songs. Besides, he added, it suits you. Tip O'Neill had a nickname that was just right for him. Sunday is just right for you. This morning, as she studied her husband, Sunday thought back over the months they had spent together, days that until this morning had remained almost carefree. Now, seeing the genuine concern in Henry's eyes, she covered his hand with hers. You're worried about Tommy, I can tell. What can we do to help him? Not very much, I'm afraid. I'll certainly check to make sure the defense lawyer he has hired is up to the task. But no matter who he gets to represent him, the prospects look bleak. Think about it. It's a particularly vicious crime, and when you look at the circumstances, it's hard not to assume that Tom did it. The woman was shot 3 times with Tommy's pistol in Tommy's library right after he told people how upset he was that she had broken up with him. Sunday picked up one of the papers and examined the picture of a beaming Thomas Shipman, his arm around the dazzling 30-year-old who had helped to dry his tears following his wife's death. How old is Tommy? Sunday asked. I'm not sure. 65? I'd guess, give or take a year. They both studied the photograph. Tommy was a trim, lean man with thinning gray hair and a scholarly face. In contrast, Arabella Young's wildly teased hair framed a boldly pretty face, and her body possessed the kind of curves found on Playboy covers. A May-December relationship if I ever saw one, Sunday commented. They probably say that about us, Henry said lightly, forcing a smile. Oh, Henry, be quiet, Sunday said. Then she took his hand. And don't try to pretend that you aren't really upset. We may still be newlyweds, but I know you too well already to be fooled. You're right. I am worried, Henry said quietly. When I think back over the past few years, I can't imagine myself sitting in the Oval Office without Tommy at my side. I'd only had 1 term in the Senate before becoming president, and in so many ways I was still very green. Thanks to him, I weathered those first months without falling on my face. When I was all set to have it out with the Soviets, Tommy, in his calm, deliberate way, showed me how wrong I'd be to force a confrontation, but then publicly managed to convey the impression that he was only a sounding board for my own decision. Tommy is a true statesman, but more to the point, he is a gentleman through and through. He's honest, he's smart, he's loyal. But surely he's also a man who must have been aware that people were joking about his relationship with Arabella, and just how smitten he was with her. Then when she finally wanted out, he lost it, Sunday observed. That's pretty much the way you see it, isn't it? Henry sighed. Perhaps. Temporary insanity? It's possible. He lifted his breakfast tray and put it on the night table. Nevertheless, he was always there for me, and I'm going to be there for him. He's been allowed to post bond. I'm going to see him. Sunday quickly shoved her tray aside, barely managing to catch her half-empty coffee cup before it spilt onto the quilt. I'm coming too. Just give me 10 minutes in the jacuzzi and I'll be ready. Henry watched his wife's long legs as she slid out of bed. The jacuzzi? What a splendid idea, he said enthusiastically. I'll join you. Thomas Acker Shipman had tried to ignore the army of media camped outside near his driveway. When he and his lawyer pulled up in front of his house, he had simply stared straight ahead and barged his way from the car to the house, desperately trying not to hear the roar of questions hurled at him as he passed. Once inside, however, the events of the day finally hit him, and he visibly slumped. I think a scotch may be in order, he said quietly. His attorney, Leonard Hart, looked at him sympathetically. I'd say you deserve one, but first let me once again reassure you that if you insist, we'll go ahead with the plea bargain, but I'm compelled to once more point out to you that we could put together a very strong insanity defense, and I wish you'd agree to go to trial. The situation is so clear that any jury could understand. You went through the agony of losing a beloved wife, and on the rebound you fell in love with an attractive young woman who at first accepted many gifts from you, then spurned you. It's a classic story, and one that I feel confident would be received sympathetically when coupled with a temporary insanity plea. As he spoke, Hart's voice became increasingly passionate, as though he were addressing a jury. You asked her to come here and talk it over, but she taunted you, and an argument ensued. Suddenly you lost your head, and in a blinding rage so intense that you can't even remember the details, you shot her. The gun normally was kept locked away, but this evening you had it out because you'd been so upset that you actually had entertained thoughts of killing yourself. The lawyer paused in his presentation, and in the moment of silence, the former Secretary of State stared up at him, a puzzled look on his face. Is that actually how you see it? Hart seemed surprised at the question. Why, yes, of course, he replied. There are a few details we'll have to iron out yet, a few things that I'm not completely clear on. For example, we'll have to explain how you could simply leave Miss Young bleeding on the floor and go up to bed, where you slept so soundly that you didn't even hear your housekeeper scream when she discovered the body the next morning. Based on what I know, though, I would think that at the trial we would contend that you were in a state of shock. Would you? Shipman asked wearily. But I wasn't in shock. In fact, after I'd had that drink, I just seemed to start floating. I can barely remember what Arabella and I said to each other, never mind recalling actually shooting her. A pained look crossed the lawyer's face. I think, Tom, that I must beg you not to make statements like that to anyone. Will you promise me, please? And may I also suggest that certainly for the foreseeable future you go easy on the scotch. Obviously, it isn't agreeing with you. Thomas Shipman stood behind the drapes as he peered through the window, watching as his rotund attorney attempted to fend off a charge by the media. Rather like seeing the lions released on a solitary Christian, he thought. Only in this case it wasn't Attorney Hart's blood they were after. It was his own. Unfortunately, he had no taste for martyrdom. Fortunately, he had been able to reach his housekeeper, Lillian West, in time to tell her to stay home today. He had known last evening, when the indictment was handed down, that television cameras would be camped outside his house to witness and record every step of his leaving in handcuffs, followed by the arraignment, the fingerprinting, the plea of innocence, and then this morning's less than triumphal return home. No, getting into his house today had been like running the gauntlet. He didn't want his housekeeper to be subjected to that, too. He did miss having someone around, though. The house felt too quiet and lonely. Engulfed by memories, his mind was drawn back to the day he and Constance had bought the place some 30 years ago. They had driven up from Manhattan to have lunch at the Bird and Bottle near Bear Mountain, then had taken a leisurely drive back to the city. Impulsively, they had decided to detour through the lovely residential streets in Tarrytown, and it was then that they came across the for sale sign in front of this turn-of-the-century house overlooking the Hudson River and the Palisades. And for the next 28 years, 2 months and 10 days, we lived here in a state of happily ever after, Shipman thought. Oh, Constance, if only we could have had 28 more, he said quietly, as he headed towards the kitchen, having decided on coffee instead of scotch as the drink he needed. This house had been a special place for them. Even when he served as Secretary of State and had to travel so much of the time, they managed to have occasional weekends together here, and always it was a kind of restorative for the soul. And then one morning 2 years ago, Constance had said, "Tom, I don't feel so well." And a moment later, she was gone. Working 20-hour days had helped him numb the pain somewhat. Thank God I had the job to distract me, he thought, smiling to himself as he recalled the nickname the press had given him, the Flying Secretary. But I not only kept busy, Henry and I also managed to do some good. We left Washington and the country in better shape than it had been in for years. Reaching the kitchen, he carefully measured out enough coffee for 4 cups and then did the same with the water. See, I can take care of myself, he thought. Too bad I didn't do more of it after Constance died. But then Arabella entered the scene, so ready with comfort, so alluring, and now so dead. He thought back to the evening 2 days ago. What had they said to each other in the library? He vaguely remembered becoming angry. But could he actually have been angry enough to carry out such a terrible act of violence? And how could he possibly have left her bleeding on the library floor while he stumbled up to bed? He shook his head. It just didn't make sense. The phone rang, but Shipman only stared at it. When the ringing stopped, he took the receiver off the hook and laid it on the counter. When the coffee was ready, he poured a cup and with slightly trembling fingers carried it into the living room. Normally he would have settled in his big leather chair in the library, but not today. Now he wondered if he would ever be able to enter that room again. Just as he was getting settled, he heard shouting from outside. He knew the media were still encamped on his street, but he couldn't imagine the cause of such a racket. Yet before he even pulled back the drapes far enough to allow him to peer outside, he had guessed what had caused the furor. The former President of the United States had arrived on the scene to offer friendship and comfort. The Secret Service personnel tried valiantly to clear a path for the Britlands as they forged their way through the crowd of reporters and cameramen. With his arm protectively around his wife, Henry paused, indicating his willingness to offer at least a cursory statement. As always in this great country, a man is innocent until proven guilty. Thomas Shipman was a truly great Secretary of State and remains a close friend. Sunday and I are here today in friendship. Having made his statement, the former president turned and headed towards the porch, ignoring the barrage of questions the reporters hurled at him. Just as they reached the top step leading to the porch, Tom Shipman unlocked and opened the front door, and his visitors glided inside without further incident. It was only when the door had closed behind the Britlands, and he felt himself enclosed in a firm and reassuring bear hug, that Thomas Shipman began to sob. Sensing that the two men needed some time to talk privately, Sunday headed to the kitchen, insisting, against Shipman's protest, that she prepare lunch for the 3 of them. The former secretary kept saying that he could call in his housekeeper, but Sunday insisted that he leave everything to her. "You'll feel a lot better when you have something in your stomach, Tom," she said. "You guys say your hellos and then come join me. I'm sure you must have everything I need to make an omelet. It'll be ready in just a few minutes." Shipman, in fact, quickly regained his composure. Somehow just Henry Britland's presence in his home gave him the sense, at least for the moment, that he could handle whatever it was he would have to face. They went to the kitchen, finding Sunday already at work on the omelet. Her brisk, sure movements at the chopping board brought back to Shipman a recent memory of Palm Beach and of watching someone else prepare a salad, while he dreamed of a future that now could never be. Glancing out the window, he realized suddenly that the shade was raised, and that if somebody managed to sneak around to the back of the house, there would be a perfect opportunity to snap a candid photo of the 3 of them. Swiftly he moved across the room and lowered the shade. He turned back towards Henry and Sunday and smiled sadly at the 2 of them. "You know, I recently got talked into putting an electric setup on the drapes in all the other rooms, something that would let me close them either by a timer or by a mere click of the control. I never thought I'd need that in here, though. I know almost nothing about cooking, and Arabella wasn't exactly the Betty Crocker type herself." He paused and shook his head. "Oh, well, it doesn't matter now. And besides, I never did like the damn things. In fact, the drapes in the library still don't work right. Every time you click to either open or close them, you get this loud cracking noise, almost like somebody firing a gun. Oddly appropriate, wouldn't you say? I mean, since there really was a gun fired in there less than 48 hours ago. You've heard all about events casting their shadows before them? Well." He turned away for a moment. the room silent except for the sound of Sunday's getting the omelet ready for the pan. Then Shipman moved to the kitchen table and sat across from Henry. He was reminded almost immediately of the times they had faced each other across the desk in the Oval Office. He looked up, catching the younger man's eye. "You know, Mr. President, Tommy, knock it off. It's me, Henry." "All right, Henry. I was just thinking that we are both lawyers, and so is Sunday," Henry reminded him. "Don't forget, she did her time as a public defender before she ran for office." Shipman smiled wanly. "Then I suggest that she's our resident expert." He turned towards her. "Sunday, did you ever have to launch a defense where your client had been dead drunk at the time the crime was committed, in the course of which he not only shot his, friend 3 times, but left her sprawled out on the floor to bleed to death while he staggered upstairs to sleep it off?" Without turning from the stove, she responded, "Maybe not quite those circumstances, but I did defend a number of people who had been so high on drugs at the time that they didn't even remember committing the crime. Typically, though, there were witnesses who offered sworn testimony against them. It was tough." "So they were found guilty, of course?" Shipman asked. Sunday paused and looked at him, smiling ruefully. "They had the book thrown at them," she admitted. "Exactly. My attorney, Len Hart, is a good and capable fellow who wants me to plead guilty by reason of insanity, temporary, of course. But as I see it, my only course is to plea bargain in the hope that, in exchange for a guilty plea, the state will not seek the death penalty." Henry and Sunday now both were watching their friend as he talked, staring straight ahead. "You understand," Shipman continued, "that I took the life of a young woman who ought to have enjoyed 50 years more on this planet. If I go to prison, I probably won't last more than 5 or 10 years. The confinement, however long it lasts, may help to expiate this awful guilt before I am called to meet my Maker." All 3 of them remained silent as Sunday finished preparing the meal, tossing a salad, then pouring beaten eggs into a heated skillet, adding chopped tomatoes, scallions, and ham, folding the ends of the bubbling eggs into flaps, and finally flipping the omelet over. The toast popped up as she slid the first omelet onto a heated plate and placed it in front of Shipman. "Eat," she commanded. 20 minutes later, when Tom Shipman pushed the last bit of salad onto a crust of toast and stared at the empty plate in front of him, he observed, "It is an embarrassment of riches, Henry, that with a French chef already employed in your kitchen, you are also blessed with a wife who is a culinary master." "Thank you, kind sir," Sunday said briskly. "The truth is, whatever talents I have in the kitchen began during the time I put in as a short-order cook when I was working my way through Fordham." Shipman smiled as he stared distractedly at the empty plate in front of him. "It's a talent to be admired, and certainly one Arabella didn't possess." He shook his head slowly from side to side. "It's hard to believe I could have been so foolish." Sunday put her hand on top of his, then said quietly, "Tommy, certainly there have got to be some extenuating circumstances that will work in your favor. You've put in so many years of public service, and you've been involved in so many charitable projects. The courts will be looking for anything they can use to soften the sentence, assuming, of course, that there really is one. Henry and I are here to help in any way we can, and we will stay by your side through whatever follows." Henry Britland placed his hand firmly on Shipman's shoulder. "That's right, old friend. We are here for you. Just ask, and we will try to make it happen. But before we can do anything, we need to know what really did happen here. We had heard that Arabella had broken up with you, so why was she here that night?" Shipman did not answer immediately. "She just dropped in," he said evasively. "Then you weren't expecting her?" Sunday asked quickly. He hesitated. No, I wasn't." Henry leaned forward. "Okay, Tom, but as Will Rogers said, all I know is just what I read in the papers. According to the media accounts, you had phoned Arabella earlier in the day and begged her to talk to you. She had come over that evening around 9. "That's right," he replied without explanation. Henry and Sunday exchanged worried glances. Clearly there was something that Tom wasn't telling them. "What about the gun?" Henry asked. "Frankly, I was startled to hear that you even had one, and especially that it was registered in your name. You were such a staunch supporter of the Brady Bill, and you were considered an enemy by the NRA. Where did you keep it?" "Truthfully, I had totally forgotten I even had it," Shipman said tonelessly. "I got it when we first moved here, and it had been locked in the back of my safe for years. Then, coincidentally, I noticed it there the other day, right after hearing that the town police were having a drive to get people to exchange guns for toys. So I just took it out of the safe and had left it lying on the library table, the bullets beside it. I had planned to drop it off at the police station the next morning. Well, they got it all right, just not the way I had planned." Sunday knew that she and Henry were sharing the same thought. The situation was beginning to look particularly bad. Not only had Tom shot Arabella, but he had loaded the gun after her arrival. "Tom, what were you doing before Arabella got here?" Henry asked. The couple watched as Shipman considered the question before answering. "I had been at the annual stockholders' meetings of American Micro. It had been an exhausting day, exasperated by the fact that I had a terrible cold. My housekeeper, Lillian West, had dinner ready for me at 7:30. I ate only a little, and then went directly upstairs because I still wasn't feeling well. In fact, I even had chills, so I took a long, hot shower. Then I got into bed. I hadn't been sleeping well for several nights, so I took a sleeping pill. Then I was awakened, from a very sound sleep, I must say, when Lillian knocked on my door to tell me that Arabella was downstairs to see me." "So you came back downstairs?" "Yes, I remember that Lillian was just leaving as I came down, and that Arabella was already in the library." "Were you pleased to see her?" Shipman paused a moment before answering. "No, I was not. I remember that I was still groggy from my sleeping pill and could hardly keep my eyes open. Also, I was angry that after ignoring my phone calls, she had simply decided to appear without warning. As you may remember, there is a bar in the library. Well, Arabella already had made herself at home by preparing a martini for both of us." "Tom, why would you even think of drinking a martini on top of a sleeping pill?" Henry asked. "Because I'm a fool," Shipman snapped, "and because I was so sick of Arabella's loud laugh and irritating voice that I thought I'd go mad if I didn't drown them out." Henry and Sunday stared at their friend. "But I thought you were crazy about her," Henry said. "Oh, I was for a while, but in the end, I was the one who broke it off. As a gentleman, though, I thought it proper to tell people that it had been her decision. Certainly anyone looking at the disparity in our ages would have expected it to be that way. The truth was, I had finally, temporarily as it turns out, come to my senses." "Then why were you calling her?" Sunday asked. I don't follow." "Because she had taken to phoning me in the middle of the night, sometimes repeatedly, hour upon hour. Usually she would hang up right after hearing my voice, but I knew it was Arabella, so I had called her to warn her that it couldn't go on that way, but I certainly did not invite her over." "Tom, why haven't you told any of this to the police? Certainly based on everything I have read and heard, everyone thinks it was a crime of passion." Tom Shipman shook his head sadly. "Because I think that in the end it probably was. That last night Arabella told me that she was going to get in touch with one of the tabloids and was going to sell them a story about wild parties that you and I allegedly gave together during your administration." "But that's ridiculous," Henry said indignantly. "Blackmail," Sunday said softly. "Exactly. So do you think telling that story would help my case?" Shipman asked. He shook his head. "No. Even though it wasn't the case, at least there's some dignity to being punished for murdering a woman because I loved her too much to lose her. Dignity for her, and perhaps even a modicum of dignity for me." Sunday insisted on cleaning up the kitchen while Henry escorted Tommy upstairs to rest. "Tommy, I wish there was someone staying here with you while all this was going on. I hate to leave you alone." "Oh, don't worry, Henry. I'm fine. Besides, I don't feel alone after our visit." Despite his friend's admonition, Henry knew he would worry, as he began to do almost immediately after Shipman went off to the bathroom. Constance and Tommy had never had children, and now so many of their close friends from the area had retired and moved away, most of them to Florida. Henry's thoughts were interrupted by the sounding of his ever-present beeper. Using his cellular phone, he replied immediately. The caller was Jack Collins, the head of the Secret Service team assigned to him. "I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. President, but a neighbor is most anxious to get a message to Mr. Shipman. She says that a good friend of his, Countess Kandazzi, who lives in Palm Beach, has been trying to get through to him, but he's not answering his phone, and apparently his answering machine is turned off, so she's been unable to leave him a message. I gather that she has become somewhat distraught and is insisting that Mr. Shipman be notified that she is awaiting his call." "Thanks, Jack. I'll give Secretary Shipman the message, and Sunday and I will be leaving in just a few minutes." "Right, sir. We'll be ready." Countess Kandazzi, Henry thought. How interesting. I wonder who that could be. His curiosity deepened when, on being informed of the call, Thomas Acker Shipman's eyes brightened and a smile formed on his lips. "Betsy phoned, eh?" he said. How dear of her. But almost as quickly as it had appeared, the brightness faded from his eyes and the smile vanished. "Perhaps you could send word to my neighbor that I won't be accepting calls from anyone. At this juncture, there seems to be little point in talking to anyone other than my lawyer." A few minutes later, as Henry and Sunday were being hustled past the media, a Lexus pulled into the driveway next to them. The couple watched as a woman jumped from the car and, using the stir created by the departure as diversion, managed to get into the house undisturbed, where, using her own key, she entered immediately. "That has to be the housekeeper," Sunday said, having noted that the woman, who appeared to be in her 50s, was dressed plainly and wore her hair in a coronet of braids. "She certainly looks the part, and besides, who else would have a key? Well, at least Tom won't be alone." "He must be paying her well," Henry observed. "That car is expensive." On the drive home, he told Sunday about the mysterious phone call from the Countess in Palm Beach. She made no comment, but he could tell from the way she tilted her head to one side and puckered her forehead that she was both disturbed and deep in thought. The car they were riding in was a nondescript 8-year-old Chevy, one of the specially equipped second-hand cars Henry kept available for their use, especially helpful in allowing them to avoid detection when they so desired. As always, they were accompanied by 2 Secret Service agents, one driving, while the other rode shotgun. A thick glass divider separated the front seat from the back, allowing Henry and Sunday the freedom to talk without being overheard. Breaking what for her was an extended silence, Sunday said, "Henry, there's something wrong about this case. You could sense it from the accounts in the paper, but now, having talked to Tommy, I'm certain of it." Henry nodded. "I agree completely. At first I thought that perhaps the details of the crime might be so gruesome that he had to deny them even to himself." He paused, then shook his head. "But now I realize that this is not a question of denial. Tommy really doesn't know what happened. And all of this is just so unlike him. No matter what the provocation, threats of blackmail or whatever, I cannot accept that even confounded by the combination of a sleeping pill and a martini, Tommy could go so completely out of control as to have killed the woman. Just seeing him today made me realize how extraordinary all this is. You didn't know him then, Sunday, but he was devoted to Constance. Yet when she died, his composure was remarkable. He suffered, yes, but he remained calm throughout the entire ordeal." He paused, then shook his head again. "No, Tommy simply isn't the kind of man who flips out, no matter what the provocation." "Well, his composure may have been remarkable when his wife died, But then, falling hook, line, and sinker for Arabella Young when Connie was barely cold in her grave does say something about the man. You'll have to agree. Yes, but rebound, perhaps? Or denial? Exactly. Of course, sometimes people fall in love almost immediately after a great loss, and it actually works out. But more often than not, it doesn't. You're probably right. The very fact that Tommy never married Arabella after actually giving her an engagement ring, nearly 2 years ago, says to me that almost from the outset he must have known it was a mistake. Well, all this took place before I came on the scene, of course. But I did keep abreast of much of it through the tabloids, which at the time made a big fuss over how in love the State Secretary of State was with the flashy PR person only half his age. But then I remember seeing 2 photos of him run side by side, one showing him out in public snuggling Arabella, while the other was taken at his wife's burial, and obviously caught him at a moment when the composure had slipped. No one that grief-stricken could be that happy only a couple of months later. And the way she dressed, she just didn't seem to be Tommy's kind of woman. Sunday sensed, rather than saw, her husband's raised eyebrow. Oh, come on. I know you read the tabloids cover to cover after I'm done with them. Tell me the truth. What did you think of Arabella? Truthfully, I thought of her as little as possible. You're not answering my question. I try never to speak ill of the dead, but if you must know, I found her boisterous, vulgar, and obnoxious. She possessed a shrewd enough mind, but she talked so fast and so incessantly that her brain never seemed able to keep up with her mouth. And when she laughed, I thought the chandelier would shatter. Well, that certainly fits in with what I read about her, Sunday commented. She was silent for a moment, then turned to her husband. Henry, if Arabella really was stooping to blackmail with Tommy, do you think it's possible she had tried it before with someone else? I mean, is it possible that between the sleeping pill and the martini, Tommy passed out and someone else came in without him knowing it? Someone who had followed Arabella and who suddenly saw an opportunity to get rid of her and let poor Tommy take the blame. And then carried Tommy upstairs and tucked him into bed? Henry again raised an eyebrow. They both fell silent as the car turned onto the approach to the Garden State Parkway. Sunday stared out the window as the late afternoon sunshine turned the trees, with their copper and gold and cardinal red leaves aglow. I love autumn, and it hurts to think that in the late autumn of his life, Tommy should be going through this ordeal. Okay, let's try another scenario. You know Tommy well. Suppose he was angry, even furious, but also was so groggy that he couldn't think straight. Put yourself in his position at that moment. What would you have done? I would have done what Tommy and I both did when we were in a similar state of mind at summit meetings. We would sense that we were either too tired or too angry or both to be able to think straight, and we would go to bed. Sunday clasped Henry's hand. That's exactly my point. Suppose Tommy actually staggered upstairs under his own steam, leaving Arabella behind. And suppose someone else really had followed her there, someone who knew what she was doing that evening. We have to find out who Arabella might have been with earlier, and we should talk to Tommy's housekeeper. She left shortly after Arabella arrived. Maybe there was a car parked on the street that she noticed, and the Countess from Palm Beach who called, who so urgently wanted to talk to Tommy. We've got to contact her. It's probably nothing, but you never know what she might be able to tell us. Agreed. As usual, we're on the same wavelength, only you're farther along than I am. I actually hadn't given any thought to talking to the Countess. He reached his arm around Sunday and pulled her closer. Come here. Do you realize that I have not kissed you since 11:10 this morning? Sunday caressed his lips with the tip of her index finger. Ah, then it's more than my steel-trap mind that appeals to you. You've noticed. Henry kissed her fingertip, then grasped her hand and lowered it, removing any obstruction between his lips and hers. Sunday pulled back. Just one more thing, Henry. You've got to make sure that Tommy doesn't agree to a plea bargain before we at least try to help him. And how am I supposed to do that? An executive order, of course. Darling, I'm no longer president. Ah, but in Tommy's eyes you are. All right, I'll try. But here's another executive order. Stop talking. In the front seat, the Secret Service agents glanced in the rearview mirror, then grinned at each other. Henry was up by sunrise the next morning for a ride around a portion of the 2,000-acre property with the estate manager. Back by 8:30, he was joined by Sunday in the breakfast room, which overlooked the classic English garden at the back of the house. The room itself was decorated to complement the view, with a wealth of botanical prints set against the background of the Belgian linen wall covering. It gave the room a feeling of being constantly filled with flowers, and as Sunday frequently observed, was a long way from the upstairs apartment in the two-family house in Jersey City where she had been raised and where her parents still lived. "Don't forget that Congress goes into session next week," Sunday said as she eased into her second cup of coffee. "Whatever I can do to help Tommy, I have to start working on it right now. My suggestion would be that I begin by finding out everything I can about Arabella. Did Marvin finish the complete background check we asked for?" The Marvin she referred to was Marvin Klein, the man who ran Henry's office, which was situated in the estate's former carriage house. Possessed of a droll sense of humor, Marvin called himself the chief of staff for a government in exile, referring to the fact that following Henry Britland's second term, there had been a groundswell of opinion urging a change in the restriction that a United States president could serve only 2 terms. A poll at that time showed that 80% of the electorate wanted that prohibition amended to read no more than 2 consecutive terms. Quite obviously, a majority of the American public wanted Henry Parker Britland IV back in residence at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. "I've got it right here. I just read it. It would appear that the late Arabella successfully managed to bury quite a bit of her background. Some of the juicy bits that Marvin's sources were able to come up with include the fact that she had a previous marriage which ended in a divorce that saw her taking her ex to the cleaners, and that her long-time on-again, off-again boyfriend, Alfred Barker, spent some time in prison for bribing athletes." "Really? Is he out of prison now?" "Not only is he out, my dear, but he had dinner with Arabella the night she died." Sunday's jaw dropped. Darling, how on earth did Marvin ever discover that? "How does Marvin ever discover anything? All I know is that he has his sources, and furthermore, it seems that Alfred Barker lives in Yonkers, which, as you probably know, is not far from Tarrytown. Her ex-husband is said to be happily remarried and does not live in the area." "Marvin learned all this overnight?" Sunday asked, her eyes bright with excitement. Henry nodded in answer, as Sims the butler refilled his coffee cup. "Thank you, Sims. And not only that, he also learned that apparently Alfred Barker was still very fond of Arabella, however improbable that may sound, and had recently been heard bragging to his friends that now that she had ditched the old guy, she'd be getting back together with him." "What does Barker do now?" "Well, technically, he owns a plumbing supply store, but Marvin's sources say that actually it is a front for a numbers racket, which he apparently runs pretty much on his own. My favorite bit of information, though, is that our Mr. Barker is known to have a violent temper when double-crossed." Sunday scrunched her face as though deep in thought. Let's see now. He had dinner with Arabella just before she barged in on Tommy. He hates being double-crossed, which probably means he's also very jealous, and he has a terrible temper. She looked at her husband. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Exactly." "I knew this was a crime of passion," Sunday said excitedly. "Only it appears that the passion was not on Tommy's part. Okay, so I'll go see Barker today, as well as Tommy's housekeeper. What was her name?" "Dora, I believe. No. That was the housekeeper who worked for them for years. Great old lady. I believe Tommy said that she retired shortly after Constance died. No, if memory serves me, the one he has now and that we caught a glimpse of yesterday is named Lillian West." "That's right. The woman with the braids and the Lexus," Sunday said. So I'll take on Barker and the housekeeper. What are you going to do? I'm flying down to Palm Beach to meet with the Countess Condazzi, but I'll be home for dinner. And you, my dear, have to promise me that you'll be careful. Remember that this Alfred Barker is clearly an unsavory character. I don't want you giving the Secret Service guys the slip. Okay. I mean it, Sunday, Henry said in the quiet, serious tone he had used so effectively to make his cabinet members quake in their boots. Ooh, you're one tough hombre, Sunday said, smiling. Okay, I promise. I'll stick to them like glue, and you fly safely. She kissed the top of his head and then left the breakfast room humming, Hail to the Chief. Some 4 hours later, having piloted his jet to the West Palm Beach airport, Henry arrived at the Spanish-style mansion that was the home of Countess Condazzi. Wait outside, he instructed his Secret Service detail. The Countess appeared to be in her mid-60s, a small, slender woman with exquisite features and calm gray eyes. She greeted Henry with cordial warmth, then got straight to the point. I was so glad to get your call, Mr. President. I read the news accounts of Tommy's terrible situation, and I have been so anxious to talk to him. I know how much he must be suffering, and he won't return my phone calls. Look, I know Tommy could not have committed this crime. We've been friends since we were children. We went to school together, including college, and in all that time there was never a moment when he so lost control of himself. Even when others around him were being fresh or disorderly, as they tended to be at the prom, and even when he was drinking, Tommy was always a gentleman. He took care of me, and when the prom was over, he took me home. No, Tommy simply could not have done this thing. That's exactly the way I see it, Henry said in agreement. So you grew up with him? Across the street from each other in Rye. We dated all through college, but then he met Constance, and I met Eduardo Condazzi, who was from Spain. I got married, and a year later, when Eduardo's older brother died, and he inherited the title in the family's vineyards, we moved to Spain. Eduardo passed away 3 years ago. My son is now the Count and lives in Spain still, but I thought it was time for me to come home. Then, after all these years, I bumped into Tommy when he was visiting friends down here for a golfing weekend. It was so wonderful to see him again. The years just seemed to melt away. And love was rekindled, Henry thought. Countess, Betsy, she instructed firmly. All right, Betsy, I have to be blunt. Did you and Tommy begin to pick up where you left off years ago? Well, yes and no, Betsy said slowly. I made it clear to him how very glad I was to see him again, and I think he felt the same way about me. But you see, I also think that Tommy never really gave himself a chance to grieve for Constance. In fact, we talked about it at length. It was obvious to me that his involvement with Arabella Young was his way of trying to escape the grieving process. I advised him to drop Arabella and then to give himself a period of mourning, something like 6 months to a year. But then I told him he had to call me and take me to a prom. Henry studied Betsy Condazzi's face, her wistful smile, her eyes filled with memories. Did he agree? Not completely. He said that he was selling his house and was going to move down here permanently. She smiled. He said that he'd be ready long before 6 months were up to take me to the prom. Henry paused before asking the next question. If Arabella Young had gone to the tabloids with a story claiming that during my administration, and even before his wife's death, Tommy and I had thrown wild, debauched parties in the White House, what would your reaction be? Why, I'd know it wasn't true. And Tommy knows me well enough to be sure that he could count on my support. On the return flight to Newark Airport, Henry let his pilot take over the controls. His time was spent deep in thought. It was becoming increasingly clear to him that Tommy was being set up. Obviously, he was aware that his future had promised a second chance at happiness, and he didn't have to kill in order to safeguard that chance. No, it just didn't make sense that he would have killed Arabella Young. But how are they going to prove it? He wondered if Sunday was having any better luck in finding a likely motive for Arabella's murder. Alfred Barker was not a man who inspired instinctive liking, Sunday thought, as she sat across from him in the office of his plumbing supply store. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, a thick, barrel-chested man with heavily lidded eyes, a sallow complexion and salt-and-pepper hair, which he combed dramatically across his skull in an obvious effort to hide a growing bald spot. His open shirt, however, revealed a wealth of hair on his chest. The only other distinctive thing she noticed about him was a jagged scar on the back of his right hand. Sunday felt a fleeting moment of gratitude as she thought of Henry's lean, muscular body, his altogether pleasing appearance, including his famous stubborn jaw, and the sable brown eyes that could convey, or, if necessary, conceal emotion. And while she frequently chaffed at the omnipresent Secret Service men, after all, she had never been a First Lady, so why should she need them now? At this moment, closeted in this squalid room with this hostile man, she was glad to know they stood just outside the partially open door. She had introduced herself as Sandra O'Brien, and it was obvious that Alfred Barker did not have a clue that the rest of her name was Britland. "So, why do you want to talk to me about Arabella?" Barker asked as he lit a cigar. "I want to start by saying that I'm very sorry about her death," Sunday said sincerely. "I understand that you and she were very close. But you see, I know Mr. Shipman. My husband at one time worked with him, and there seems to be a conflicting version of who broke up his relationship with Miss Young." "What does that matter? Arabella was sick of the old creep. Arabella always liked me." "But she got engaged to Thomas Shipman," Sunday protested. "Yeah, but I knew that would never last. All he had was a fat wallet. You see, Arabella got married when she was 18 to some jerk who was so dumb he needed to be introduced to himself every morning. But Arabella was smart. The guy may have been stupid, but he was worth hanging on to, 'cause there were big bucks in the family. So she hung around for 3 or 4 years, let him pay for her to go to college, get her teeth fixed, whatever, then waited until his very rich uncle died, got him to commingle the money, and then dumped him. She cleaned up in the divorce." Alfred Barker relit the tip of his cigar and exhaled noisily, then leaned back in his chair. "What a shrewd cookie she was. A natural." "And was it then that she started seeing you?" Sunday prodded. "Right. But then I had a little misunderstanding with the government and ended up in the can for a spell. She got herself a job with a fancy public relations firm, and when a chance to move to their Washington branch came up a couple of years ago, she grabbed it." Barker inhaled deeply on the cigar, then coughed noisily. "Nope, you couldn't hold Arabella down, not that I ever wanted to. When I got sprung last year, she used to call me all the time and tell me about that jerk, Shipman. But it was a good setup for her, because he was always giving her jewelry and she was always meeting fancy people." Barker leaned across the desk and said meaningfully, "Including the President of the United States, Henry Parker Britland IV. He paused once again, leaning back in his chair. He looked at Sunday accusingly. "How many people in this country ever sat down at the table and traded jokes with the President of the United States? Have you?" he challenged. "No, not with the President," Sunday said honestly, remembering that first night at the White House when she had declined Henry's invitation to dinner. "See what I mean?" "Well, obviously, as Secretary of State, Thomas Shipman was able to provide great contacts for Arabella. But according to Mr. Shipman, he was the one who was breaking off the relationship, not Arabella." "Yeah, well, so what?" "Then why would he kill her?" Barker's face darkened, and he slammed his fist on the desk. "I warned Arabella not to threaten him with that tabloid routine. I told her that this time she was running with a different crowd. But it had worked for her before, so she wouldn't listen to me." "She got away with it before?" Sunday exclaimed, remembering that this was exactly the scenario she had suggested to Henry. "Who else did she try to blackmail?" Oh, some guy she worked with. I don't know his name. Some small potatoes. But it's never a good idea to mess around with a guy who's got the kind of clout Shipman has. Remember what he did to Castro? How much did she talk about her efforts to blackmail him? Not much, and then only to me. I kept telling her not to try it, but she figured it would be worth a couple of bucks. Unlikely tears welled in Alfred Barker's eyes. I really liked her, but she was so stubborn. She just wouldn't listen. I warned her. There was even this quotation that I showed her. Sunday's head jerked back in involuntary reaction to Barker's startling statement. I like quotations. I read them for laughs and for insight or whatever, if you know what I mean. Sunday nodded her head. My husband is very fond of quotations. He says they contain wisdom. Yeah, that's what I mean. What's your husband do? He's unemployed at the moment, Sunday replied, looking down at her hands. That's tough. Does he know anything about plumbing? Not much. Do you think he could run numbers? Sunday shook her head sadly. No, mostly he just stays home, and he reads a lot. Like the quotations you were mentioning, she said, trying to get the conversation back on track. Yeah, the one I read Arabella fit her so well it was amazing. She had a big mouth, a real big mouth. I came across this quote and showed it to her. I always told her that her big mouth would get her into trouble, and boy, did it. Barker rummaged through the top drawer of his desk, then pulled out a tattered piece of paper. Here it is. Read this. He thrust a page at Sunday that obviously had been torn from a book of quotations. One entry on the page was circled in red. Beyond this stone, a lump of clay, lies Arabella Young, who on the 24th of May began to hold her tongue. It comes from an old English tombstone, just like that, except for the date. Is that a coincidence, or is that a coincidence? Barker sighed heavily, and then slumped back in his chair. Yeah, I'm sure gonna miss Arabella. She was fun. You had dinner with her the night she died, didn't you? Yeah. Did you drop her off at the Shipman house? Nah. I told her she should give it a rest, but she wouldn't listen. So I put her in a cab. She was planning to borrow his car to get home. Barker shook his head. Only she wasn't planning to return it. She was sure he'd give her anything just to keep her from talking to the tabloids. Instead, look what he did to her. Barker stood up, his face twisted with fresh anger. I hope they fry him. Sunday got to her feet. The death penalty in New York State is administered by lethal injection, but I get your drift. Tell me, Mr. Barker, what did you do after you put Arabella in a cab? You know, I've been expecting to be asked that, but the cops didn't even bother talking to me. They knew they got Arabella's killer from the start. So, after I put her in the cab, I went to my mother's and took her to the movies. I do that once a month. I was at her house by 9:15 and in line to buy tickets at 9:02. The ticket guy knows me. The kid who sells popcorn at the theater knows me. The woman who was sitting next to me is Mama's friend, and she knows I was there for the whole show, so I didn't murder Arabella, but I know who did. Barker pounded his fist on the desk, sending an empty soda bottle crashing to the floor. You want to help Shipman? Decorate his cell. Sunday's Secret Service guards were suddenly beside her, staring intently at Barker. I wouldn't pound the desk in this lady's presence, one of them suggested icily. For the first time since she had entered the office, Sunday noticed Alfred Barker was at a loss for words. Thomas Acker Shipman had not been pleased to receive the call from Marvin Klein, Henry Britland's aide, informing him of the former president's request that he delay the plea bargaining process. What is the use, Shipman wondered, disgruntled by not being able to get on with it. It was inevitable that he would have to go to jail, and he just wanted to get it over with. Besides, this house already had taken on the aspects of a prison. Once the plea bargaining was finished, the media would have a surge of interest in him. But then he would be dropped, and they would be on to another poor slob. A 65-year-old man going to prison for 10 or 15 years didn't remain hot copy for long. The only thing that keeps them churning so much, he thought, as he once again peered out at the mass of reporters still camped outside his house, is the speculation about whether or not I'll go to trial. Once that's been resolved, and it's clear that I'm taking my medicine without putting up a fight, they'll lose interest. His housekeeper, Lillian West, had arrived promptly at 8 o'clock that morning. He had hoped to discourage her coming today by putting on the safety chain, but apparently all he succeeded in doing was in making her more determined than ever to get in. When her key did not gain her entrance, she had pushed the doorbell firmly and called his name until he let her in. "You need taking care of, whether you think so or not," she said, sharply brushing aside the objection he had voiced yesterday, that he didn't want her private life invaded by the media, and that, in fact, he really did prefer to be left alone. And so she had gone about her usual daily chores, cleaning rooms that he would never again get to live in, and fixing meals for which he had no appetite. Shipman watched her as she moved about the house. Lillian was a handsome woman, an excellent housekeeper, and a cordon bleu cook, but her overly bossy tendencies occasionally made him wistfully remember Dora, the housekeeper who had been with him and Connie for some 20 years. So what if she had sometimes burnt the bacon? She had always been a pleasant fixture in their home. Also, Dora had been of the old school, while Lillian clearly believed in the equality of the employee to the employer. Nevertheless, Shipman realized that for the short time he would be in the house before going to prison, he could manage to put up with Lillian's takeover attitude. He would just make the best of it by trying to enjoy the creature comforts of delicious meals and properly served wine. Recognizing that he could not cut himself off completely from the outside world, and acknowledging that he actually needed to be available to his lawyer, Shipman had turned on the telephone answering machine and had begun taking calls, although screening out those that weren't necessary. When he heard Sunday's voice, however, he gladly picked up the phone. "Tommy, I'm in the car and on my way to your house from Yonkers. I want to talk to your housekeeper. Is she in today? And if not, do you know where I can reach her?" "Lillian is here." "Wonderful. Don't let her leave until I have had a chance to visit with her. I should be there in about an hour." "I can't imagine what she'll be able to tell you that the police haven't already heard." "Tommy, I've just talked with Arabella's boyfriend. He knew of her plan to extort money from you, and from what he said, I gather that it was a stunt that she had pulled on at least one other person. You've got to find out who that person was. It's entirely possible that someone followed Arabella to your house that night, and we hope that when Lillian left, she might have seen something, a car maybe, that didn't seem significant at the time, but could prove to be important. The police never really investigated any other possible suspects, and since Henry and I are convinced that you didn't do it, we're going to sniff around for them, so buck up. It ain't over till it's over." Shipman hung up and turned to see Lillian West standing in the doorway to his study. Obviously, she'd been listening to his conversation. Even so, he smiled pleasantly. "Mrs. Britland is on her way here to talk to you. She and the president seem to feel that I may not be guilty of killing Arabella after all, and are doing some sleuthing on their own. They have a theory that might prove to be very helpful to me, and that's what they want to speak to you about." "That's wonderful," Lillian West said, her voice flat and her tone chilly. "I can't wait to talk to her." Sunday's next call was to Henry on his plane. They exchanged reports on what they had learned so far, he from the Countess and she from Alfred Barker. After Sunday's revelation about Arabella's habit of blackmailing the men she dated, she added a cautionary note. "The only problem with all this is that no matter who else might have wanted to kill Arabella, proving that that person walked into Tommy's house undetected, loaded the gun that happened to be lying there, and then pulled the trigger is going to be difficult." "Difficult, maybe, but not impossible," Henry said by way of reassurance. "I'll get Marvin started right away on checking out Arabella's last places of employment, and maybe he can find out who she might have been involved with there." After saying goodbye to Sunday, Henry sat back to ponder what he had just learned about Arabella's past. He felt a strong sense of unease, and he couldn't quite put it together. He had a growing premonition that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on just what it was. He leaned back in the swivel chair that was his favorite spot on the plane other than the flight deck. It was something Sunday had said, he decided, but what was it? With almost total recall, he reviewed their conversation. Of course, he said to himself when he reached that point in his recollection. It was Sunday's observation about the difficulty in trying to prove that some unknown person had walked into Tommy's house, loaded the pistol, and pulled the trigger. That was it. It didn't have to be an outsider. There was one person who could have done that, who knew that Tommy felt both sick and overwhelmingly tired, who knew that Arabella was there, who in fact had let her in. The housekeeper. She was relatively new. Chances are that Tommy hadn't really had her checked out, probably didn't know much of anything about her. Quickly, Henry phoned Countess Kondazzi. Let her still be home, he prayed silently. When her now familiar voice answered, he wasted no time in getting to the point of his call. Betsy, did Tommy ever say anything to you about his new housekeeper? She hesitated before answering. Well, yes, but only jokingly. What do you mean? Oh, you know how it is. There are so many women in their 50s and 60s who are unattached, but there are so few men. When I spoke to Tommy last, it was the morning of the day that poor girl was killed. I said I had a dozen friends who were widowed or divorced who would be jealous because of his interest in me, and that if he showed up down here, he would be the center of attention. I remember that he said that except for me, he intended to steer clear of unattached women, and that, in fact, he had just had a most unpleasant experience in this regard. It seems that only that morning he had told his new housekeeper that he was putting his house on the market and would be moving to Palm Beach. He confided to her that he was finished with Arabella because someone else had become important to him. Later, when he was thinking back over the conversation and her reaction to it, he realized that the housekeeper may have gotten the crazy idea that he had meant her. So he made a special point of informing her that, of course, he would not need her services once the house was sold and, naturally, would not be taking her with him to Florida. He recounted that at first she had seemed shocked and then became cool and distant. Goodness! You don't think that she could have had anything to do with this mess Tommy's in, do you? I'm afraid I'm beginning to, Betsy. Look, I'll get back to you. I've got to get my man on this right away. He broke the connection and swiftly dialed Marvin Klein. Marvin, I've got a hunch about Secretary Shipman's housekeeper, Lillian West. Do a complete check on her, immediately. Marvin Klein did not like to break the law as he would be doing by penetrating private computer records, but he knew that when his boss said immediately, the matter had to be urgent. It was only a matter of minutes before he had assembled a dossier on 56-year-old Lillian West, including her rather extensive record of traffic violations and, more to the point, her employment history. Marvin frowned as he began to read. West was a college graduate, had an M.A., and had taught home economics at a number of colleges, the last one being Wren College in New Hampshire. Then, 6 years ago, she had left there and taken a job as a housekeeper. Since then, she had held 4 different positions. Her references, citing her punctuality, her high standard of work, and her cooking ability, were good, but not enthusiastic. Marvin decided to check on them himself. Less than half an hour after Henry's call, Marvin was on the phone to the former president, who was still winging his way back from Florida. Sir, the records indicate that Lillian West, while employed in various college-level teaching positions, had a history of troubled relationships with her superiors. 6 years ago, she left her last teaching job and went to work as a housekeeper for a widower in Vermont. He died 10 months later, apparently of a heart attack. Then she went to work for a divorced executive, who unfortunately died within the year. Before she went to work for Secretary Shipman, her employer was an 80-year-old millionaire. He fired her, but gave her a good reference nonetheless. I spoke to him. He said that while Miss West was an excellent housekeeper and cook, she also was quite presumptuous and seemed to put no stock in the more traditional relationship between the head of the house and the housekeeper. In fact, he said that it was when he became aware that she had set her mind on marrying him that he decided she would have to go, and shortly after that he showed her the door. "Did this man report ever having any health problems?" Henry asked quietly, as he absorbed the possibilities that were presented by Lillian West's troubled history. "I did think to ask him that, sir. He said that he is in robust health now, but that during the last several weeks of Miss West's employment, specifically after he'd given her notice, he experienced extreme fatigue, followed by an undiagnosed illness that culminated in pneumonia." Tommy had spoken of a heavy cold and overwhelming fatigue. Henry's hand gripped the phone. "Good job, Marvin. Thanks." "Sir, I'm afraid there's more. According to the records, Miss West's hobby is hunting, and apparently she's very familiar with guns. Finally, I spoke to the president of Wren College, where she had her last teaching job. As he remembered it, Miss West was forced to resign. He said that she had displayed symptoms of being deeply disturbed, but refused all attempts at counseling." Henry ended the conversation with his aide as a wave of anxiety swept over him. Sunday was on her way right now to see Lillian West, totally unaware of any of the background Marvin had uncovered. She would unwittingly alert the housekeeper to the fact that they were looking into the very strong possibility that someone other than Thomas Shipman had murdered Arabella Young. There was no telling how the woman might react. Henry's hand had never shaken, even at summit meetings, but right now his fingers could barely punch the numbers to reach Sunday's car phone. Secret Service agent Art Dowling answered. "We're at Secretary Shipman's place now, sir. Mrs. Britland is inside." "Get her," Henry snapped. "Tell her I must speak to her." "Right away, sir." Several minutes passed before Agent Dowling was back on the phone. "Sir, there may be a problem. We've rung the doorbell repeatedly, but no one is answering." Sunday and Tommy sat side by side on the leather couch in the library, staring into the muzzle of a revolver. Opposite them, Lillian West sat erect and steady as she held the gun. The persistent pealing of the front doorbell did not seem to distract her. "Your palace guards, no doubt," she said sarcastically. "The woman is crazy," Sunday thought as she stared into the housekeeper's wild eyes. "She's crazy and she's desperate. She knows she has nothing to lose by killing us, and she is just nuts enough to do it." Sunday thought next of the Secret Service agents waiting outside. Art Dowling and Clint Carr were with her today. What would they do when no one answered the door? They'd probably force their way in, she reasoned. And when they do, she will shoot Tommy and me, she thought, her level of alarm increasing. I know she will. "You have everything," Lillian West said to Sunday, her eyes fixed on her prisoner, her voice low and angry. "You're beautiful, you're young, you've got an important job, and you're married to a rich and attractive man. Well, I just hope that you have enjoyed the time you've had with him." "Yes, I have. He is a wonderful man and husband, and I want more time with him." "Too bad, but that's not going to happen, and it's your fault. This wouldn't be necessary if you just let well enough alone. What difference would it make if he went to prison? He's not worth your trouble. He's no good. He tricked me. He lied to me. He promised to take me to Florida. He was going to marry me." She paused, this time turning her full glare on the former Secretary of State. "Of course, he wasn't as rich as the others, but he has enough to get by. I've gone through all of his papers here, and I know." A smile played on her lips. "And he's nicer than the others, too. I liked that especially. We could have been very happy." "Lillian, I didn't lie to you," Tommy said quietly. "Think back over all that I ever said to you, and I think you'll agree. I do like you, though, and I think you need help. I want to see that you get it. I promise that both Sunday and I will do everything we can for you." "What, by getting me another housekeeping job?" Cleaning, cooking, shopping. No thanks. I traded teaching silly girls for this kind of drudgery because I thought that somebody would finally appreciate me, would want to take care of me. But it didn't happen. After I waited on all of them, they still treated me like dirt. She directed her gaze again at Tommy. I thought you were going to be different, but you're not. You're just like all the rest. While they had been talking, the pealing of the doorbell had stopped. Sunday knew that the Secret Service men would be looking for some way to get in, and she had no doubt that they would succeed. Then she froze. When Lillian West had admitted her, she had reset the alarm. We don't want one of those reporters trying to sneak in, she had explained. If Art or Clint tries to open a window, the alarm will go off, Sunday thought, and once that happens, Tommy and I are goners. She felt Tommy's hand brush hers. He's thinking the same thing, she realized. My God, what can we do? She had often heard the expression, staring death in the face, but it wasn't until this moment that she knew what it meant. Henry, please don't let this woman take away our life together. Tommy's hand was closed over hers now. His index finger was insistently jabbing the back of her hand. He was trying to send her a signal. But what? What did he want her to do? Henry stayed on the line, anxious not to break the connection to the Secret Service agent outside Tommy Shipman's house. Agent Dowling was on his cellular phone now and continued to talk to the former president as he carefully worked his way around the house. Sir, all the draperies are drawn, in virtually every room. We've contacted the local police, and they should be here any moment. Clint is at the back of the house, climbing a tree that has branches that reach near some windows. We might be able to get in undetected through there. The problem is that we have no way of knowing where they are within the house. My God, Henry thought. It would take at least an hour to get that special equipment over there that would enable us to follow their movement inside the house. I'm just afraid we don't have that time to spare. Sunday's face loomed in his mind. Sunday. She has to be all right. He wanted to get out and push the plane to make it go faster. He wanted to order the army out. He wanted to be there, now. He shook his head. He had never felt so helpless. Then he heard Dowling swear furiously. What is it, Art? He shouted. What is it? Sir, the draperies in the right front downstairs room just opened, and I am sure I heard shots being fired inside. That stupid woman provided me with the perfect opportunity, Lillian West was saying. I knew I was running out of time, that I wouldn't be able to kill you slowly the way I wanted. But this was just as good, really. This way I not only punished you, but that dreadful woman as well. Then you did kill Arabella, Tommy exclaimed. Of course I did. It was so easy to. You see, I didn't leave that evening. I showed her to this room, woke you up, said goodnight, shut the door, and hid in the coat closet. I heard it all, and I knew the pistol was there, ready for use. When you staggered upstairs, I knew it would be only a matter of minutes before you lost consciousness. My sleeping pills are much more effective than the ones you were used to, aren't they? They have special ingredients. And a few interesting viruses as well. Why do you think your cold has improved so much since that night? Because you hadn't let me in to give you your pills. If you had, your cold would be pneumonia by now. You were poisoning Tommy? Lillian West stared indignantly at the younger woman. I was punishing him, she said firmly. Then she turned to Shipman. Once you were safely upstairs, I went back into the library. Arabella was rummaging around on your desk and was flustered at first by having me catch her. She said she was looking for your car keys, said that you weren't feeling well, and had told her to drive herself home, that she would be back with the car in the morning. Then she asked me what I was doing back there, since I had told you both good night. I said I had come back because I had promised to turn your old pistol in at the police station, but had forgotten to take it. The poor fool stood there and watched me while I picked it up and loaded it. Her last words were, "Isn't it dangerous to load it? I'm sure Mr. Shipman didn't intend that." Lillian West began to laugh, a high-pitched, almost hysterical cackle. Tears ran from her eyes and her body shook, but through it all, she kept the gun trained on them. She's working up to killing us, Sunday thought, for the first moment fully realizing that there was little hope for escape. Tommy's finger was still jabbing the back of her hand. "Isn't it dangerous to load it?" West repeated, mimicking Arabella's last words, her own voice cracking with loud, raucous laughter. "I'm sure Mr. Shipman didn't intend that." She rested her gun hand on her left arm, steadying it. The laughter ended. "Would you consider opening the draperies?" Shipman asked. "At least let me see sunlight one more time." Lillian West's smile was mirthless. "Why bother with that? You're about to see the shining light at the end of the tunnel," she told him. The draperies, Sunday thought suddenly. That was what Tommy had been trying to get across to her. Yesterday, when he had lowered the shade in the kitchen, he'd mentioned that the electronic device that worked the draperies in this room was defective, that it sounded a lot like a gunshot when it was used. Sunday looked around carefully. The control for the drapes was lying on the armrest of the couch. She had to get to it. It was their only hope. Sunday pressed Tommy's hand by way of indicating that she finally understood. Then, as a prayer raced through her mind, she reached out and with a lightning-fast movement pressed the button that would open the drapes. The sound, loud as a gunshot, just as promised, made Lillian West whirl her head around. In that instant, both Tommy and Sunday leapt from the couch. Tommy threw himself at the woman's lower body, but it was Sunday who slammed West's hand upward just as she began to pull the gun's trigger. As they struggled, several shots were fired. Sunday felt a burning sensation in her left arm, but it did not deter her. Unable to wrest the gun from the woman, she threw herself on top of her and kicked at the chair so that it toppled over with all three of them on it, just as the shattering of glass signaled the welcome arrival of her Secret Service detail. 10 minutes later, a handkerchief wrapped securely over the superficial wound on her arm, Sunday was on the phone to a totally unnerved ex-president of the United States. "I'm fine," she said for the 15th time. "Just fine. And Tommy is fine, too. Lillian West is in a straitjacket and on her way out of here, so stop worrying. Everything has been taken care of." "But you could have been killed," Henry said, not for the first time. He didn't want to break the phone connection. He didn't want to let his wife stop talking. This had been too close. He couldn't bear the thought that he might ever not be able to hear her voice. "But I wasn't killed," Sunday said briskly. "And Henry, we were both right. It was definitely a crime of passion. It was just that we were a little slow in figuring out whose passion was the cause of the crime." They all ran after the president's wife. "It's the Oval Office calling, Mr. President." Henry Parker Britland IV sighed. Marvin Klein, Henry's longtime right-hand associate, still seemed incapable of calling his successor, the current President of the United States, anything other than the Oval Office. The call came as Henry was seated at his desk in the library of Drumdoe, his New Jersey country home. The late afternoon winter sun was filtering through the tall leaded pane windows. He'd set out to work on his memoirs, but realized with a start that he had been daydreaming. Sunday, his bride of less than a year, and a member of Congress, was in Washington, and Henry had found himself wishing away the next 3 days until she would be here with him again. Henry picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. President," he said. Henry could envision Desmond Ogilvy seated at his desk, scholarly in his appearance, with his shock of white hair and long, lean frame. Henry knew his former vice president had never forgotten the fact that 9 years ago he had plucked him from the relative obscurity of being a congressman from Wyoming by choosing him to be his running mate. Realizing that the silence that followed his greeting was stretching out unusually long, Henry spoke again. "Des?" "Mr. President, Desmond Ogilvy replied, but there was none of the usual jocularity in his tone. "What's wrong, Des?" "It's Sunday. Henry, I'm sorry." "Sunday?" Henry felt suddenly that his heart had stopped beating. "Henry, I don't know how to tell you this. We have a terrible situation. Sunday is missing. Her Secret Service guys were found unconscious still in the car. The same thing happened to the follow-up detail. Apparently some kind of drug had been used to knock them out, enough to immobilize everyone in both cars. By the time the agents came to, Sunday was gone." Henry willed himself into calmness as he pressed the buzzer to signal the Secret Service detail waiting outside. "A phone call was placed to the switchboard at the Treasury," Desmond Ogilvy continued. "The caller claimed to have Sunday, or at least to know of her whereabouts. You can tell us if the call is authentic. Does Sunday have a nasty bruise on her upper right arm, just below the shoulder?" "Yes. She was thrown from her horse while we were riding last Saturday." "So that means that the call must be legitimate. Apparently she hadn't mentioned the bruise to anyone on her staff because they claimed to know nothing of it." The 5 Secret Service men currently on duty were now standing in an arc around the former president. He nodded to Jack Collins, the senior agent, indicating that he should pick up the phone extension. "Collins is on too, Des," Henry said. "How much money do they want? I'll get it ready now, no questions." "I wish it were money, Henry. Unfortunately, they have announced to us that unless we release Claudius Jauvenet by tomorrow night, we can start dragging the Atlantic for Sunday's body." Claudius Jauvenet. It was a name Henry Britland knew well. A particularly heartless terrorist, a former mercenary, a paid assassin. His most recent known crime, and the one that finally led to his capture, had been the successful bombing of a company jet of Uranus Oil, a tragedy that had claimed the lives of the company's 22 top executives. After a career that spanned 15 years of terror, Jauvenet had finally been brought to justice and was now serving consecutive life sentences in the federal prison in Marion, Ohio. "What are the terms of exchange?" Henry asked. "The instructions are to put Jauvenet on the new supersonic transport. They stipulate that there can be only 2 pilots on board. The only other instruction is a little on the odd side. They say we should fully stock the galley, but we can skip the caviar. They give their sacred word that after the flight lands, the pilots will be radioed the details of where Sunday can be found, alive and well." Henry glanced at Jack Collins, who was mouthing the words, "weapons." "What kind of weapons are they demanding?" Henry asked. "None, oddly enough. Can we believe these people?" "We have little choice, Henry. We're supposed to get another message at one of the departments at 5 o'clock. We think we can stall until Thursday afternoon at least. Fortunately, the Washington Post carried a story this morning about several minor mechanical adjustments that have to be made before the new plane can take its first flight on Friday. And to put your mind at rest even a little, be assured that we absolutely intend to go through with the exchange." Henry's body shuddered as he allowed himself the first deep breath in several minutes. He looked at his watch. It was 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. If they were lucky, they had 24 hours. For several long moments, Sunday felt so confused and disoriented that she almost had to remind herself of her own name. "Where am I?" she wondered. The immediate physical sensation was of being tied down. The harsh, abrasive cords confining her to the chair felt like old-fashioned clothesline. Her head felt as though a boulder were pressing down on it. She forced her eyes open, but could see nothing. She gasped slightly as she realized that something was covering her face and head, a thick, scratchy cloth of some kind that made her face itchy and warm. Sunday did a quick assessment of her situation. "Okay, so I have a piece of burlap or canvas or something over my head, and I am trussed up like a Christmas turkey. Am I in a cold room somewhere? But where? And what happened? Had there been an accident? That was it. Something had happened in the car. But what? She remembered that they had been passing the Kennedy Center and were almost to Watergate. She remembered the car slowing to a stop, and then the driver's side door had opened, and that was all she remembered. It was enough, though, to make her understand that she wasn't in a hospital, because there hadn't been an accident. No, obviously this had happened on purpose. She had been kidnapped. But who had done it, and why? Henry. She knew he must be frantic. Or does he even know yet that I'm missing? How long has it been? For all she knew, it could have been anything from a few minutes to several days since she had been kidnapped. Sunday's throat closed. There was someone there, in the room with her. She could hear faint breathing coming closer. Someone was bending over her. Thick, insistent fingers were tracing the contours of her face through the heavy fabric, caressing her neck, reaching up into her hair. She strained to hear the low, hoarse voice. "They're all looking for you, just like I knew they would. Your husband, the president, the Secret Service. By now they are sniffing all over, but they're like blind mice. Yes, like 3 blind mice, and they won't find you. At least not until the tide comes in, and then it won't matter." Henry did not speak on the flight to Washington. "Oh, Sunday, will I ever see you again?" he thought. "Stop it," he admonished himself. "You won't get her back by putting yourself in an emotional turmoil. You have to be like a surgeon, analytical and clear-headed." A police escort was waiting at National Airport. 20 minutes later, Henry was in the Oval Office. It was 20 past 6. "There's been another communication, Henry. They called Dan Rather at CBS and said they want him to air their demands. They furnished proof of their sincerity. Sunday's wallet and a lock of her hair in a sealed plastic envelope were left at the Delta ticket counter at National." Henry. The hair in the envelope was soaked in seawater. When Sunday felt the hood being lifted off her head, she hoped to get a good look at her captor. The room was dimly lit, however, and she had trouble making out much of anything. He was wearing a monastic-type robe with a hood that fell forward, obscuring much of his face. He removed the ropes that had held her to the chair. Then, leaving her feet still tied loosely together, he pulled her up to a standing position. Her boots were off, and the concrete floor felt cold to her feet. He was 3 or 4 inches taller than she, Sunday noticed. That would make him about 6 feet. His dark gray eyes, narrow and sunken, had a crafty, malevolent expression, the more frightening because they burned with intelligence. "I assume you would like to use the facilities," he said. He held her arm firmly as he led her across the dark room to a cubicle whose door was open. Inside she could see a toilet and sink. "You can have your privacy, but don't try anything. I'll be right outside, holding the door." Alone in the tiny lavatory, she splashed water on her face. She stared at her reflection for a few seconds before she realized that a clump of hair had been clumsily cut from the left side of her head, leaving a hole in what had been a very neat trim. "Why did he cut my hair?" she wondered. A chill that had nothing to do with the icy temperature in her basement prison hit the pit of Sunday's stomach. There was a tap on the door. "It's 6:30, Congresswoman. I would suggest you hurry. You must be getting hungry. But first I want you to see Dan Rather's broadcast. I do hope that for your sake he followed instructions." Sunday focused on the TV while her captor left to get her dinner. Dan Rather reported the kidnapping and the demand for Jovanet's release. "We're switching live to the White House, where the former president will make a personal plea to his wife's abductors." A few seconds later, Sunday stared helplessly at the fear and grief in her husband's face. But Henry's impassioned plea was drowned out by the sound of singing. There seemed to be two voices, a man's and that perhaps of an old woman. Sunday strained to make out the words. 3 blind mice. See how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife. But wait, that was not what she was hearing. The voices were louder now and closer approaching. They all ran after the president's wife, but she had been drowned for the fish to bite. The song stopped abruptly. She heard her captor's voice again. That was very nice, Mother. Now go upstairs. A moment later, he was standing before her, holding a small tray. Hungry? Mother's not much of a cook, but she tries. It was 9:30 that evening when Henry, accompanied by Jack Collins, arrived at the federal prison at Marion, Ohio. Marion had the reputation of being the toughest of the federal prisons, and Henry had the eerie feeling that it was not so much the screams of the prisoners as of their victims that seemed to permeate these thick, unyielding walls. Sunday is Claude Chauvenet's victim, Henry thought, and I am his victim too. Chauvenet was seated at a metal table in a small visitor's room, dressed today in a drab prison uniform, a far cry from the dandy attire he had affected when he was still free, and manacled at the waist, hands and feet. Chauvenet nevertheless somehow managed to convey the effect of being at ease and totally comfortable. In an odd way, he also seemed to be totally in control. His cherubic face showed the beginning of jowls. His light blue eyes were warm to the point of being merry. His thin choir-boy lips were pink and turned up at the corners, as though trained by constant smiles. To Henry, it was an altogether loathsome visage. In the plane on the way to Marion, Henry had read a brief on Chauvenet's considerable background. Now 56, he claimed to have been born in Yugoslavia. He spoke 5 languages fluently, had begun his career as a teenager running guns in Africa, had been a paid assassin for the highest bidder in a dozen countries, was trusted by no one, and had the ability to radically change his appearance. Now, as Henry faced him, Chauvenet's eyes widened. Mr. President, he bowed grandly, leaning forward as much as the restraints would allow. What a delightful surprise. Forgive me for not standing, but present circumstances do not permit that gesture of respect. Henry knotted his hands into fists. Shut up and listen, Chauvenet. You'll get exactly what you demanded. Safe passage on our new SST to wherever it is you want to go. We are prepared to make whatever arrangements you require, but you must adhere to our terms in effecting the exchange. A look of confusion crossed Chauvenet's face. Are you joking? Then his expression became reflective. Very well, Mr. President. Exactly what are your terms? I am a master pilot and checked out on the SST. It won't be ready until Friday morning at 10 a.m. I, and I alone, will pilot you to your destination. You will not disembark until my wife has been released and is safely in the hands of our people. If she is not released both safe and well, the plane will be blown up with both of us on it. Is that clear? Chauvenet sat in silence for a moment, seemingly absorbing all that he had just heard. There is one other consideration, Mr. President. I insist on being transferred to the Washington area immediately. I know you have a number of safe houses around there, so I want to be taken to one of those and not to some correctional facility. I've had enough of this kind of place, thank you. That is precisely the plan. You are going to be videotaped while at the safe house, your message to be a warning to your cohorts that my wife must not be harmed. And they must provide us with a videotape of her showing that she is well. The deadline for that will be 3 p.m. tomorrow. Chauvenet nodded distractedly, then looked down with disdain at his prison uniform. There is one other small thing. As you undoubtedly know, I rather cherish fine clothing. I'm particularly partial to Calvin Klein and Giorgio Armani. I want a full and complete wardrobe of their latest fashions, and I will need the presence of several master tailors who will be able to alter them to my specifications by mid-morning Friday. My new wardrobe is to be transported to the plane in a Vuitton trunk and matching luggage. A slight smile curled his lips. Do I make myself clear? Henry knew that he had to get out of there. He could not be in the same room with this man for even 10 seconds longer. As the steel door was closing behind them, Henry heard Jauvenet call out one last demand. Oh, and don't forget the Dom Perignon and the caviar, Mr. President. Lots of caviar. Even on a supersonic transport, it will be a long flight. Caviar? Henry wondered. The first message said to skip the caviar. During the night, Sunday was awakened from an uneasy sleep by a sudden flash of light so bright that it managed to penetrate the thick cloth that still covered her head. Just taking your picture. You look terribly uncomfortable and forlorn. Perfect. I'm sure your husband's heart will be broken when he has a visual understanding of your predicament. He lifted the hood from her head. Now, for one more, and then you can go back to sleep. Sunday blinked in an effort to erase the white spots that blinded her after the second flash. Her captor studied the Polaroids he had just taken. Very good. These, plus an audio tape, should convince your husband, and indeed the entire government, of the fact that you are both alive and well, although in less than comfortable circumstances. As he dropped the hood over her head again, Sunday's eyes fell on the ring he was wearing, a wide gold signet-type design. It looked like many others, except there was a small hole in the center, as though a stone were missing. She was positive she'd seen it before, but where and when? Was it on this man's finger, or had it belonged to someone else? Inch by mental inch, she began to consider who might have been that man with the ring. Congressional staff? Ridiculous. Besides, the memory seemed to go back further in time. Delivery people? Any of the help at the New Jersey house? No, I've only known Henry for less than a year, Sunday thought, and everyone who works for him has been with him forever. Then who was it? I'll figure it out eventually, she vowed. You'd better hurry up, an interior voice cautioned. You're running out of time. What must have been hours later, it finally came to her. I didn't see that ring around Drumdo or Washington. It goes back further than that. It was when I was a public defender. One of the guys I defended was wearing it. But which one? Which of the hundreds and hundreds of cases she had tried in those 7 years? She thought back over all the cases. As the last of her mental Rolodex cards flipped over, she shook her head. She was absolutely positive that she had never defended her captor. But she was certain about the ring. Although maybe it wasn't the exact ring. Could it be a symbol of a terrorist group? I know I never had a case that involved a terrorist, Sunday thought, and she reflected on just how non-political this guy seemed. Okay, so he's not a terrorist, and he was never one of my clients, so who is this guy? Following his meeting with Jauvenet, Henry flew back to Washington and met with the president the next morning. All our intelligence agents report unequivocally that no nation, including both our closest allies and our outright enemies, has come forward to offer Jauvenet a haven, Des reported. In fact, virtually everyone has indicated that they would rather see the plane blown up than to see him set foot on their soil. Unfortunately, one conclusion we can draw from this situation is that right now, in some country where we don't expect it, a revolution is brewing that will overthrow the existing government and may well present a very real threat to international peace. Henry listened with a sinking heart. Therefore, Desmond Ogilvy continued, we must conclude that there is a national emergency pending, that a nation whose warning signals have been ignored is about to erupt. I don't know how to say this, but it would seem that your wife, the esteemed congresswoman from New Jersey, is in the hands of an unrecognized foe. I am afraid until they reveal themselves, there is little we can do but wait. He was becoming unhinged. Sunday could sense the subtle change in her captor's manner. From above the stairwell, she heard him yelling at the woman he referred to as Mother. Or was that just another part of their ruse? Like the monk's robe, she thought. That disguise looked as though he'd rented it for a costume party. The noise from upstairs had awakened her. Now she wondered what time it was. It must be hours since he took those pictures, she thought. Would Henry have seen them yet? Would he see the anger in her face and know that she was still fighting to get free? That she was nowhere close to giving up? In a short while, Sunday felt the hood being lifted from her head. The robed figure was standing over her. As her vision adjusted to the light, she stared again at her captor, demanding of her subconscious that she recall if she'd seen him before. Sunken eyes, bony facial structure, probably in his 50s. Mother should have done a better job. She left the milk out on the counter overnight and now it's sour. I'm afraid you'll have to settle for dry cereal and black coffee, but first I'll assist you to the lavatory. He walked around the chair and began to untie the knots. Mother should have done a better job. That voice, that tone, I've heard it before. He talked like that to me once, Sunday thought. He said I should have done a better job. Like a devastating picture, the memory of it came into focus. It had happened in court, while she was defending Wallace Sneakers Clint, just one in the parade of losers she had represented in those early years. Sunday had chosen to be a public defender because she was a staunch supporter of the concept that everyone deserved full legal representation. The Clint case had been one of her least favorites. Although he was charged with murder, she had succeeded in convincing the jury to find him guilty of the lesser charge of manslaughter, which meant that in 20 years, when he was 60 years old, he would get out of prison. She remembered that Clint's older brother showed up for a few days at the trial. She looked up again at her captor. That's who the man was. Sneaker Clint's brother. Sunday forced herself to think back to the day that he had spoken to her. She had left the courtroom, and he had come up behind her as she was walking towards the elevators. He had put his hand on her shoulder. She remembered how the ring he was wearing had rubbed against her neck, and that she had yanked his hand away. That was when she noticed the ring's distinctive design. He had said that the verdict meant a death sentence for their mother, that she'd never live long enough to see Sneakers in her home again. And that was when he told me I should have done a better job, she remembered. So this man was the older brother, and the woman upstairs had to be the elderly mother. Don't let him know you suspect, Sunday cautioned herself. But as she tried to fit together the pieces of what she had learned, she couldn't make sense of it. What has Sneakers Clint's brother got to do with Jauvenet and international terrorism? She kept asking herself. Her kidnapping had seemed so professional, but this guy in front of her seemed more like a lone wacko. Again she searched her memory. His name. What was it? It had been in the court papers, an unusual first name. It began with a W. Warfield, Woolsey, Wexler? That's it, she realized suddenly. Wexler Clint. She stifled a small smile of victory. After she finished what Wexler Clint considered to be breakfast, Sunday was again led over to the TV to watch Henry being rushed to a waiting helicopter on the White House lawn. He ascended the steps, but before he entered the cabin, he turned to face the cameras. He was handed a microphone. "Pray for her," he said. Wexler Clint sighed. Such a nice thought. But it won't do any good, you know. He switched off the television and turned to Sunday. He was holding a microphone which was attached to an old tape recorder. He put the microphone almost against her lips and then smiled. "Say something personal that will convince your husband that you were able to watch him just now, then urge him to cooperate. Tell him that any attempt at a double cross will cost you your life. Think about what you want to say. I don't want to have to do this over." Sunday took a deep breath. "If you ever hope to see Henry again, you'd better make this good," she told herself. She began to sob. "I don't think I can do this. When I see my husband, I miss him so much. I don't want to be here. I want to be with him." She had just hit on the voice she would use, that of the crybaby in her class at St. Al's, the one who had dissolved into tears about 3 times a day. "Henry, you'd always promised to defend me. That's why I know you won't let anything happen to me now. You're going to defend me, aren't you, so that I can come home? And Henry, when I saw you, I noticed that you were wearing the same black English loafers you had on the first time you showed me around Drumdo. Remember, darling? Oh, there are so many memories, and I still feel so close to you, and I need you so much. Her voice broke off in a string of sobs. Clint turned off the recorder. "That's enough." He chuckled as he dropped the hood back over her head. "Don't go anywhere now." He began singing 'Three Blind Mice' as he adjusted the hood on her head, letting his fingers linger on her neck. Then he put his mouth close to her ear. "You know who the 3 blind mice are, don't you? No? Then let me tell you. The first is your husband. The second is the entire U.S. government. The third is Claudius Jouvenet." At 10 minutes past 3, NBC News anchorman Tom Brokaw phoned the White House with an urgent request to speak to former President Britland. "Sir, a few minutes ago I received a call purporting to be from a member of what he called the Jouvenet Defense and Rescue Squad. A small package, wrapped in brown paper and addressed to you, was, as promised, found on the floor of the first pew at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington. I have instructed our security people to deliver it to you, just in case it might be legitimate." When Henry opened the package and saw the Polaroid of Sunday so cruelly bound to a chair in that miserable, shadowy hole, his heart ached. But there was something in her expression that gave him hope. Sunday had to be miserably uncomfortable, but she still had some fight in her. Clearly she hadn't given up. "I want to hear the tape," he said. He listened to his wife's sobbing voice as she pleaded with him to defend her. He listened through 2 more times, then turned to the president. "Sunday's trying to tell us something. The things she's talking about are meant to point us somewhere. I remember clearly the first time I took her to Drumdo. We were both dressed casually. I wasn't wearing English loafers. I was in sneakers. She's trying to give us a message." "But Henry, she's obviously distraught." "That's an act, Des. I know my gal. You could put thumbscrews on Sunday and she wouldn't whine like that. It must be some kind of clue or a code or something. But what? What in God's name is she trying to tell me?" With the hood over her head, Sunday felt herself being lifted, then laid flat on the rough concrete floor. Then she was being wrapped in a mildewed blanket, and then she was carried. Her feet brushed against a chair, then against what felt to be a wall. She heard him fumbling at a latch, then an icy blast of air whipped through the thin blanket. They were going outside. She could hear an engine running. "I'm afraid the trunk isn't very comfortable," Clint told her. "But we'll just have to make do. I'm afraid that with the road conditions as bad as they are, it will take us at least 5 hours to get where we're going. But don't worry. We'll be there in plenty of time to witness the drama at National Airport." At 5 a.m. on Friday, Conrad White, a top priority CIA analyst, gave Henry Britland an update on their investigation. Sir, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. There are absolutely no terrorist groups, either new or old, that aren't willing to swear in blood that they're not involved. And, sir, nobody ever heard of this Jovenet Rescue and Defense Squad. The Mafia is up to its ears in trouble now that the Omerta Code isn't worth diddly-do. They would never take on the United States government by abducting the wife of a former president. Then who was behind this, Henry thought. What was Sunday trying to tell him? Defend. Defend. She had used the word twice. Henry felt a surge of new energy burst through his veins. Before they had met and fallen in love, Sunday had been a public defender. Henry remembered. After the story she told me about some of her cases, I promised to defend her from any disgruntled clients that she couldn't get off. He stood up excitedly, his face flushed. "That's what I've been groping for," he said out loud. He turned to his two startled companions. "Sunday's trying to tell me that somebody from one of her public defender cases is in on this. Let's go. We don't have much time." The bumpy ride assaulted Sunday so severely that after an hour or so she had utilized the yoga lessons she had taken years ago and forced herself to withdraw from awareness of the pain. Remarkably, she had fallen asleep. When the car stopped and Clint finally opened the trunk and lifted her out, even through the fabric of the hood and the blanket, she could detect the scent of the ocean. As Sunday was carried from the trunk, she began to pray silently. "Forgive me for ever feeling cheated, Lord. Most people haven't had an hour of the kind of happiness I've known with Henry. Take care of him, please." She felt Clint shift her weight onto one arm. Then she heard the jingle of a key. A door creaked open. Moments later, she was being lowered into a chair. "I've been given a reprieve," she thought. She changed her prayer. "Please, Lord, let that Renaissance man I married have the focus he needs to get the message I've tried to send him. Tell him defend means public defender. Tell him to exchange loafers for sneakers, and then give him the strength to make the leap from there to Sneakers Clint and his crazy brother." It had taken more than an hour, precious time that they could not spare, to piece together the clues that Sunday had given Henry. But by calling on the combined resources of the CIA and the FBI to help in the search, they had been able to determine which of Sunday's many less than sterling clients she might have been referring to with her carefully worded, yet still frustratingly obtuse clues. It was a reference to Henry's shoes that had taken the longest to figure out. Finally, by using reverse logic, Henry was able to deduce that when Sunday spoke of his English loafers, which he had not been wearing that day, she was in fact referring to the sneakers he had been wearing. It was this leap of comprehension that had finally enabled them to figure out which of her many clients she was referring to. Sneakers Clint. Jovenet quickly came clean. He had never met or even heard of Sneakers Clint. He had no idea why the kidnappers wanted to secure his release, but he had been more than willing to go along for the ride if it meant gaining his freedom. "I might as well tell you that had we gone through with it, Mr. President, when you and I got on that plane tomorrow, I wouldn't have known what to tell you. There's nobody out there who wants me. I don't know what kind of a game someone is playing with you, but I do know that I have nowhere to go from here, except back to prison, of course. This little day of freedom was a great lark, and I took full advantage of it because I knew it had to end. I knew you would find me out, and now you have." CIA agent Conrad White dispatched a team to federal prison to grill Sneakers Clint. White was convinced Sneakers was in no way involved, but he had become very interested in what his men had learned about Sneakers' brother, Wexler. "Wexler Clint embraced the hippie culture of the late 60s, White reported to Henry. For a time, he was suspected of involvement with the more radical underground groups. The last item on his official record is quite telling. It appears that someone claiming to belong to the SDL, one of the most violent of the campus groups, left a letter on the Pan Am ticket counter at Newark Airport threatening to kidnap the mayor of Hackensack, New Jersey. Wexler Clint was one of the suspects, but the case was never solved. After that, except for the occasional traffic violation and a couple of disturbing the peace citations, Clint's name disappears from the police records. We do know, however, that he held numerous jobs. His IQ is near genius. That, coupled with the fact that he once worked at a plant where he mixed chemicals in the manufacture of deodorant and later worked as an auto mechanic, we feel... "Why are you going on like this?" A clearly frustrated Henry Britland interrupted. "None of this matters. This has got to be our man." "But, sir, we have to—" "You have to help me find my wife. Once you do that, we can analyze the situation all you want. Do I make myself clear? I don't want a psychological profile. I want a plan of action. I want to find my wife." Sneakers Clint had given them his mother's address. The last he had heard, his brother Wexler was living with her. When Henry and the investigators arrived at her house, the old woman seemed frightened and confused. All she was able to tell them was that her son had brought a lady home, but that he wouldn't let her go down to the basement to meet her. Her face had a faraway look to it, and she hummed softly to herself. "That's a nice song you're humming," Henry said. "Three Blind Mice, isn't it? Why are you singing that?" She looked at him. "Everybody's angry at me. I spoiled the milk. My son told me to sing along with him, but then he got angry with me. He said he was taking his lady friend swimming, but I couldn't go too." Henry felt his throat tighten with sudden fear. The envelope with Sunday's hair soaked in seawater. Of course. He should have made the connection. "When did he take her swimming?" Henry asked. "They're going swimming when the plane takes off. I wanted to go too, but he said it was too far. Is New Jersey too far? I'm from there, you know." "Do you know where in New Jersey?" "I know where, but it's too far. Is Long Beach Island too far? I liked it there. I liked my house there better than the one we had in Hoboken. It was close to the ocean. After the plane goes away, they're going swimming." She closed her eyes and began to hum again. It was Wexler Clint's plan to drag Sunday into deep water, drown her far from shore, then float her body far enough out to be caught in the fast-moving current. It might wash up somewhere in a few days or a month, but what difference would it make? She would be dead, and that was all that mattered. He didn't even care if he got caught eventually. He would make his mark. He would have his place in the history books. "Sir, to the left! Look!" Henry rushed to the other side of the helicopter. Through his binoculars, he could see a figure out in the water, at least 20 yards from shore. He adjusted the focus, trying to get a clearer view. The figure appeared to be holding something down. Then he finally saw it. Blonde hair floating on the churning surface of the water. "Sunday," he thought. "That has to be Sunday." "Dive," he shouted. The helicopter began its rushing descent. Tightly held by Clint, Sunday was struggling, but she could not keep her head above the water. "Goodbye, Henry," she thought. It was then Clint heard the roar of the approaching helicopters, looked up, and realized what was happening. Frantically, he wrapped his arms around Sunday's neck and pulled her under the water. He still had time to finish her. Even though he'd be caught, he'd have his place in the history books. He'd show those jerks in Washington how much he hated them. It was Wexler Clint's last thought before he woke up some minutes later, firmly in custody. Henry's cannonball plunge into the ocean allowed him to spring immediately back to the surface. He grabbed Sunday in one arm. With the other, he squeezed Clint's neck in a paralyzing pinch. "I hope he drowns," Henry thought. Helicopters deposited a fleet of agents into the water around them. My love," Henry said over and over to Sunday as he swam through the breakers, towing her beside him. "Henry, darling." Sunday was shivering and wrapped her arms around his neck. Don't dare kiss me, Henry, until I have a chance to brush my teeth. In his entire life, Henry Parker Britland IV had hardly ever told anyone to shut up, but he came perilously close at that moment. He was also perilously close to tears as he reached the beach and rolled onto the sand, holding his beloved Sunday cradled in his arms. He kissed her lips. He was rewarded by a faint giggle emerging through chattering teeth. He looked into her eyes. "By God, you're laughing!" "Oh, it's not at you, darling." She burrowed her face against his neck as a wave washed over them. "I was just thinking that this is a crazy time of year for us to be playing Burt Lancaster and Deborah Carr." Henry looked bewildered. "What are you talking about?" "From here to eternity." Hail, Columbia. The New York Times, November 8th. Former President Henry Parker Britland IV has purchased the yacht Columbia, reclaiming ownership for his family. Built for the Britland family and launched in 1940, the Columbia was sold in 1964 to the late Hodgkins Weatherby. Just prior to that sale, the vessel had been the scene of the mysterious and still unsolved disappearance of Costa Barria's Prime Minister, Garcia del Rio. In the 3 decades after it passed out of Britland hands, the yacht acquired the reputation of being haunted, due in part to the disappearance of Mr. Del Rio, and in part to the rather eccentric and at times controversial behavior of her most recent owner. Larger and reportedly far more luxurious than the one-time official presidential yacht Sequoia, the Columbia has been a favorite retreat for presidents from FDR to Gerald Ford. In the Edwardian room of Manhattan's Plaza Hotel, Conger Reuters, a thin, muscular man in his 50s, tremblingly followed orders to read the newspaper item aloud and then looked up in fear at his employer. They were seated at a window table that looked out on Central Park, and the horse-drawn carriages across the way were sending faint clip-clopping sounds into the quietly elegant room. As he waited for a response, Reuters had an instant flashback to his first fox hunt. As a young lad, he'd wondered how the fox felt when trapped. Now he knew. The reaction that unfolded was exactly what he had expected. His employer's coffee cup was slowly returned to the saucer. Even the china blue contact lenses could not conceal the searing fury in her frosty black eyes. As usual, Angelica was traveling incognito. Presently she was in her Lady Roth Jones disguise, wearing the blue lenses, a severe dark blonde wig, a tweed suit, and Oxfords. When she continued to stare at him, Reuters dropped his eyes. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, then wished he'd bitten his tongue. "You're sorry?" The tone was level. I would have hoped for a more appropriate response. Where was Carlos? "He was there as ordered." Then why didn't he bid for the yacht? No, not bid. Why didn't he buy the yacht? "He was afraid that one of the Secret Service men might recognize him. No one knew that Britland was planning to be there. We had not anticipated the competition. Carlos rushed out to send for Roberto to do the bidding. By the time Roberto could get through security, President Britland had tripled the opening bid. An instant later, the yacht was his. The proceeds were going to charity, you see." His employer stared at him in silence for several moments, then asked, "What are Britland's plans for the yacht?" This time, Reuters would have preferred to swallow his tongue than answer. "He is said to be sailing on it immediately to his private marina in Boca Raton, Florida. He has an architectural degree, as you know, and is said that he plans to redesign the interior himself, then present the yacht to the government so that once again it will become a retreat for visiting heads of state. With the gift, there apparently will be a sizable endowment for maintenance." We know what that means. Reuters nodded dumbly. Neither Carlos nor Roberto is useful to me any longer. Fingers that previously had held the delicate china coffee cup were suddenly convulsive as they gripped the edge of the table. Surely, Reuters closed his lips to stifle the protest. Surely? A venomous whisper mocked him. Be careful you don't join your friends. What use are you to me? You should have known that Britlin was planning to bid on the Columbia. The hard eyes glared at Reuters with heart-stopping coldness. Get out of my sight. Henry, darling, I still can't believe it. Sunday sighed as she pressed against the railing of the Columbia, straining to catch the first glimpse of Belmaris, the Britlins' oceanfront Florida estate. Craning her neck, she brushed breeze-blown wheat-colored hair from blocking the view of sparkling blue eyes. My fairest, my espoused, my latest found, heaven's last best gift, my ever-new delight. Henry Parker Britlin IV mused as he looked up from the lounge chair on which he was stretched out, studying the blueprints of the Columbia. Since Sunday's recent abduction, these tender words of Milton had come frequently to mind. "Why don't you believe it?" he asked affectionately. "Because when I was 9, I read a book about the Columbia and tried to imagine what it must have been like when President Roosevelt and Winston Churchill sailed down the Potomac on her. Can you imagine the conversations they had? And President Truman used to play the piano for his guests when he and Bess had a party here. And the Kennedys and the Johnsons loved this boat. And did you know that President Ford used to practice his golf swing on the foredeck?" "He hit the captain once," Henry observed dryly. In fact, the joke was that the staff received combat pay when President Ford got out his golf clubs. Sunday smiled. "I should have realized you are aware of everything about the Columbia. You practically grew up on her." Her expression became serious. "And I do know that you've never forgotten the night Prime Minister Del Rio vanished. And I can understand that. We're still living with the ramifications of his disappearance. I was 12, and the last person to speak to him before he went out on deck for a smoke. The most charming man I've ever known. He had asked me to walk with him." Sunday could see that her husband's eyes grew clouded and sad. She walked over to the lounge chair and perched on the side. Henry moved his legs to give her more room and reached for her hand. "Since I was the sole member of this generation of Britlins, my father included me on every possible occasion. Good heavens, I even flew with him to visit the Shah during the heyday of the monarchy in Iran." Sunday never tired of hearing Henry's stories about his adventures as a child and young man. It was so totally different from her own experience of growing up in Jersey City as the child of a motorman on the New Jersey Central. Now, keen as she was to find out what had happened when Henry visited the Shah, Sunday was more interested to learn what had happened on the Columbia that night. "I didn't know you were the last one to actually speak to Prime Minister Del Rio." "The dinner had been very pleasant," Henry said. The Prime Minister had announced Father's plan to send his engineering company to build a series of bridges and tunnels and roads in Costa Barria, half of the cost to be his personal gift to the country. It would have drastically improved the economy. Everyone in that room realized that the economic boom would mean Del Rio would be able to hold on to power absolutely and thus keep Costa Barria from sliding back into a dictatorship. Del Rio and his associates must have been extremely happy. "Do you believe it's possible that he committed suicide?" Noting the frown that suddenly clouded her husband's forehead, she added, "Henry, darling, I think I know how painful it is for you to talk about this, so feel free to tell me to take a hike." Henry raised his eyes. "Sweetheart, if you took a hike, you'd have a pretty good swim to shore. And even though you haven't mentioned it yet, I do know that you haven't decided on your vote on the bill before Congress that would resume aid to Costa Barria." Defensively, Sunday said, "I know you believe it would be better to continue to keep the squeeze on, but it is hard to ignore an island with 8 million inhabitants, many of whom live in poverty and who desperately need our help." Bobby Kennedy gave a version of that argument concerning the opening of China. In 1968, wasn't it? Sunday asked. June of 1968, to be exact, Henry replied. As to the Prime Minister, he was a great friend of my father and had visited with us regularly. I'm proud to say that he had taken a liking to me, and since I had made it my business to learn everything I could about his country, including the political situation as well as the economics, he enjoyed quizzing me. On that day, he and I had been swimming together in the outdoor pool. It was a beautiful afternoon, but he seemed melancholy, and then he said something very odd. Quite somberly, he told me that for some reason Caesar's final words had been haunting him. Et tu, Brute? Why on earth would he say that? I don't know. He lived with the possibility of assassination, of course. It was a constant. But on the Columbia he'd always felt secure. However, I do know that he was subject to spells of depression, and from what I understand now, that constant apprehension may have gotten to him that evening. That's possible, Sunday agreed. As I mentioned, the dinner was quite enjoyable and ended at 10:15. Madame Del Rio retired immediately, but the Prime Minister stayed behind to exchange pleasantries. Then, as I was leaving the dining room, he appeared at my side and invited me to stroll around the deck. I replied that my mother expected me to phone her at 10:30. Mother was entertaining her old friend Queen Juliana of the Netherlands, who was visiting New York that week. Then, looking at his face, I realized that beneath the genial manner, Del Rio was deeply troubled. I quickly told him that Mother would be honored for me to accept his invitation and accompany him. Then you can't blame yourself, Sunday insisted. Henry stared past her into the sea. I remember that he patted my shoulder and said that I must not disappoint my mother, that perhaps I had made the best choice for both of us. He said that he needed to be alone, that there was something quite urgent he had to think through. Then he embraced me, and in the same gesture surreptitiously took an envelope from his pocket and slipped it into mine. In a whisper he told me to hold on to it for him until he asked for it. And so I went down to my stateroom and called Mother to tell her about the evening, and then was awakened in the morning to the frantic screeching of Madame Del Rio, and I knew that whatever had happened, I might have been able to prevent. Or you might have shared Del Rio's fate trying to save him, Sunday said briskly. It would be just like you to dive in after him. Do you think a 12-year-old boy, even you, could have changed what happened? You're being too hard on yourself. Henry shook his head. I suppose you're right. It's just that I keep going over and over that evening, knowing that I might have observed something and not understood it at the time. Oh, come on, Henry. You sound like some of the people I represented as a public defender. The guy who shot my wife went that-a-way. No, Henry contradicted. What you don't understand, darling, is that my father had told me to write down my every impression of that evening, as I had of all the other significant events at which I'd been present. My journal was a loose-leaf binder, so that in future I could group that chapter with others in a similar vein, which of course is what I'm doing now that I'm writing my memoirs. My diary was in a spiral notebook, Sunday told him. I would very much enjoy reading it. Not on your life, but anyhow, what are you telling me? After I spoke with Mother, even though I was extremely tired, I forced myself to make a detailed entry. I left the journal on my desk with the Prime Minister's envelope on top of it. During the night, those pages, as well as the envelope, disappeared while I slept. Sunday looked at him, astonished. You mean some unknown person got into your room while you were sleeping and stole the envelope as well as your impressions of the evening? Yes. Then, Henry, dear, 2 words come to mind. Foul play. They're here, Sims, Marvin Klein called as he stood at the front windows of the salon in Belmaris and watched the sleek yacht drop anchor. Sims moved at a stately pace across the room where he'd been rearranging the flowers on the coffee table. So they are, he said warmly. "And I am happy to say everything is quite in order to receive them. My, the Columbia is a beautiful vessel, is she not? I sailed on her several times, you know." He sighed. "Until that last dreadful event." "You were on board the Columbia that night?" Marvin exclaimed. "Yes. I had been in the employ of the family not quite 2 years. Mr. Henry Parker Britland III was kind enough to find me attentive to the small matters that make for gracious service, and always took me on the yacht for special events like that weekend. The president was still just a boy, but I remember he was terribly distressed about the Prime Minister's disappearance, naturally. Indeed, he was quite ill for the next several days. He had tried in his enthusiastically youthful way to determine just what had happened, but his father ordered the subject closed." Sim's reflective look vanished as he allowed himself a contained smile at the sight of Henry and Sunday descending to the launch. "I am so pleased that the stone crabs are close to perfection," he told Klein. "The president will be delighted, I know." "I'm sure he will," Marvin agreed. "But just one more question, Sims. You say the subject of the Prime Minister's disappearance was closed, but there must have been a big investigation." "There was indeed, especially in view of the fact that the Prime Minister's body was never found. But what could anyone say? All possible security measures had been taken. As you will see, the largest suite is a half-landing above the others and has a private deck. Mr. Britland had given it to the Prime Minister that weekend. The minister's bodyguards were stationed at the foot of the staircase leading up to the suite. Naturally, the yacht had been thoroughly searched before sailing, and everyone on board, from the crew to the personal staff, was above suspicion. The Prime Minister had 4 of his personal security guards with him as well." "And his wife was there?" "Yes. They were newlyweds at the time, and he never traveled without her." "From what I understand, she became one tough cookie," Klein observed. "Quite. She succeeded Garcia del Rio in office. Mr. Henry Parker Britland III never expected her to hold on to the position, but she skillfully played on the love the common people had for her late husband, and eventually became entrenched. She managed to deflect much of the opposition, saying that her husband's enemies had driven him to his death. Now, of course, she is a virtual dictator." Marvin Klein looked thoughtful. "I met her 7 years ago, when President Britland had a meeting of the Central American nations. She just turned 50 then, and was a beauty. President Britland referred to her as Madame Castro, but he would always add that if her husband hadn't died, her life would have been totally different." Sims sighed, which, of course, is one of the reasons President Britland has always blamed himself. "I am sure he feels that if he had accompanied the Prime Minister on deck that night, he might somehow have been able to prevent his death." "I understand the Prime Minister had a recurring dream that he would be assassinated." "Very Lincoln-esque, wasn't it?" Sims commented. "And perhaps he anticipated his enemies by taking his own life, as the President believes. Who knows? Now, if you will excuse me, Mr. Klein, I must see to my duties. The launch bearing President and Mrs. Britland is nearing the dock." Congor Roythers checked into the Boca Raton Hotel, looking for all the world like a seasoned golfer out for a holiday. His light blue linen jacket hung casually over the impeccably cut white jeans. A golf bag, with a sufficiently used appearance, was propped against his buoyed two-suiter. As a finishing touch, he had a leather camera case slung over his shoulder, but in place of a camera, it held a state-of-the-art, ultra-powerful cellular phone. The golf bag and the handsome clubs were real, but in Roythers' hands were mere props for his pose as tourist. The clubs, in fact, had once been the property of a Costa Barria industrialist who had made the mistake of publicly criticizing Madame del Rio and had been left behind with virtually all his other worldly possessions when he made his escape from the island. Roythers realized suddenly that the clerk was speaking to him. What was the fellow blathering about, he asked himself irritably. Something about golf. Yes, he said quickly. "I'm looking forward to a few innings of golf. Love the game, you know." Unaware of his gaffe, he turned imperiously and followed the bellman to the suite, from which he intended to direct his mandated operation, the search of the Columbia. At 4 o'clock, the phone rang. The caller was Lenny Wallace, also known as Len Pagan, but whose real name was Lorenzo Esperanza, the mole Reuters had managed to place on the crew of the Columbia. With satisfaction, Reuters called to mind the man's baby face, complete with angelic smile, fuzz on the upper lip, freckles across the bridge of the nose, and big ears. Len resembled nothing so much as a young Mickey Rooney, as he had looked in his long-ago movie role as Andy Hardy. In truth, he was a cold-blooded killer. "It's not going to be easy," Len said slowly. Reuters bit his lip, reminding himself that his insolent hatchet man was a special favorite of Prime Minister Angelica Del Rio. Then he reminded himself that she always could be counted upon to punish failure. "Why ever not?" he snapped. "Because President Britlin's wife is nosy, always snooping around, and also she is asking a lot of questions about that night." Reuters felt his palms begin to sweat. "Like what?" "I pretended to be polishing something in the dining room when she and Britlin were there. I overheard them talking about the dinner with Del Rio. She was asking him where everyone sat." "He was only 12 years old at the time," Reuters protested. "What could he possibly remember that would make a difference to us now?" "She said something like she'd never heard him, I mean her husband, talk so much about having been tired. She said something like, 'You were tired, the Prime Minister was tired, your father was tired. What did you people have for dessert that night, Valium?'" Reuters closed his eyes, ignoring the splendid sight of the sun beginning its majestic descent. His worst nightmare had just come true. They were getting too close for comfort. "You've got to find those papers," he ordered. "Look, the place is swarming with Secret Service. I'll get one chance, and one chance only, so your information had better be right. You're sure you hid the papers in Stateroom A?" "You insolent thug, of course I'm sure," Reuters snapped. The memory of that night made him shiver. After he had gone through the Prime Minister's jacket, he had realized that the envelope was gone. "I knew he must have slipped the envelope to him. The kid was in Stateroom A. With my lousy sense of direction, I opened the wrong door. Suppose someone had been in Stateroom B." Reuther still got cold sweats remembering how he had tiptoed into the boy's cabin, praying that the steward wouldn't come back, find the corridor light out, and investigate. Then, armed with a pencil beam flashlight, he had made his way to the desk and picked up Del Rio's envelope. By a stroke of luck, he happened to glance at the open journal. Realizing what it contained as he read it, he tore the last entry from the binder. But then he had heard the handle of the door turning and the boy began to stir. Quickly he had hidden in the closet. Feeling trapped, he had searched in the dark for any possible way out. Instead, he found a hole cut in the wall. Fearing that he might be discovered and searched, he had shoved the journal pages and Del Rio's envelope into the opening. From inside the closet he had listened as someone came in, walked over to the bed, then turned and left. When he went to retrieve the papers, however, he couldn't reach them. For nearly an hour he had struggled to get his hand down, feeling his fingers on the tip of the envelope and not able to grasp it. Then, on cue, Madame Del Rio sounded the alarm. "I barely got out of the room before the kid woke up," he remembered. "She shrieked like a banshee." He learned that the next day safes were installed in all the staterooms. That was why the hole had been prepared in the closet wall. "This is gonna be a tough one," Len was saying. "Britlin's Secret Service guys are smart. Eyes in the back of the head, that kind of thing. The top one already yelled at me for going into the dining room when the Britlins were there." "That is not my concern," Reuther snapped. "Let me put it this way. If you can retrieve those papers safely and get away, you'll enjoy the grateful thanks of a powerful boss. But if you mess this up, your aging mother and her 8 sisters will be dispatched to the hereafter." Len's voice became pleading. "I love my mama and my aunties." "Then I would suggest you get those papers back no matter what you have to do. Do you understand? That hole was in the wall because a safe was being installed the next day. The scheduled renovation may expose them. Break through the paneling at the rear of the closet of stateroom A. They're in there. I don't care how you do it. Just do it, and don't make any mistakes." "Henry, when you told your father about the missing papers, what did he do?" Sunday asked, as she sipped champagne in the glassed-in salon of the Columbia. A semicircular room at the back of the ship, the salon seated about 10 people comfortably, and as Henry had explained, it was a location preferred by many dignitaries for conversation, reading, or simply observing the horizon. "I'm afraid that with the calamity of the Prime Minister's disappearance, Father was not too impressed by my tale of missing papers. The Prime Minister had a habit of doodling on dinner menus or printed speeches, and I know Father thought that possibly he had passed something of the sort to me as a joke." "What about your journal entry?" "He told me to rewrite it when I felt better. I had awakened with a headache, some sort of bug, I assume. And of course all hell was breaking loose. Helicopters were swarming around looking for any sign of the body, boats, Navy divers, you name it." "Do you believe that Del Rio gave you some sort of doodle in that envelope?" "No, I don't." "Was a search made for your missing papers?" "In fairness to Father, yes, there was. At his instructions, Sims personally went through my stateroom to be sure I hadn't been mistaken about leaving the envelope with the journal on the desk, but he found nothing. And of course, since you'd written in a loose-leaf binder, it wasn't as though you could show pages had been ripped from your journal." "Exactly." He paused and looked at his wife, his affection for her obvious in his eyes. He smiled, then said, "Incidentally, if your constituents could see you now, they'd never vote for you. You look about 12 years old." Sunday was wearing a long, wraparound flowered skirt, a sleeveless white t-shirt, and sandals. She raised an eyebrow. "At this moment I may not look like a member of Congress," she said with dignity. "But for your information, all these questions are not caused by idle, childish curiosity, or even, darling, because I know how troubled you are about that night. I feel exactly the same as you do about Madame Del Rio. I'd like to see Costa Barria have a crack at a fair, non-oppressive government, but it would take a lot to get the people so riled up that they would take action against her, and unless something dramatic happens, she's going to breeze through that election. It's as good as fixed." "Yes, she is." "And it maddens me to think that one of Garcia Del Rio's group may have stolen his suicide note, if that's what it was, from your room while you slept. There's no way of knowing, but it could have made a difference." "It maddens me even more to think that I might have saved the Prime Minister's life if I had strolled the deck with him. That's really why I bought the Columbia. Except for that incident, it has such a great and distinguished history. I want to remove the taint somehow." Sims quietly entered the room carrying a tray of cheese puffs. He offered it to Sunday. As she accepted one, she said to him, "Sims, you were on this yacht before." "Yes, madam." "How does it look to you?" Sim's forehead crinkled. "Very well kept indeed, madam, but if I may observe, it is rather shocking that absolutely nothing has changed. By that I mean the wall coverings, the bedding, the upholstery, the draperies. During the 32 years the Columbia was in the possession of Mr. Hodgkins Weatherby, he clearly treated it rather as a shrine." Henry chuckled. "I can explain that. Weatherby was no sailor. In fact, the sight of a lapping wave was torture to him. He paid a fortune to dredge the harbor so he could walk aboard from the dock, and other than maintenance people, no one was allowed aboard except him and his psychic. He'd always sit here." Henry patted the arm of the chair in which he was seated, then pointed to the one where Sunday was perched. "And the psychic there. I didn't tell you, darling, but you're in Sir Winston Churchill's seat. From what Father told me, when FDR borrowed the yacht from my father to take Churchill for a sail, he made a beeline for that seat. Through the psychic, old Weatherby claimed to have held conversations with the Prime Minister, as well as with FDR, de Gaulle, and Eisenhower, to name but a few. I understand, however, that he wouldn't exchange a word with Stalin. He treated the boat as nothing more than an exotic gazebo, Sunday said. I can understand why Weatherby's family was ready to donate her to the charity auction when he died. I can, too. But of course, that's what gave rise to the idea of the ship being haunted. Apparently the psychic was a pretty good mimic. There was a tap on the door. Marvin Klein came in hesitantly. Mr. President, I tried not to interrupt, but the Secretary of State is calling. Tony? Henry said. Something must be up. He took the phone from Klein's hand, then hissed, Sims, don't go away. Give me some of those cheese puffs. He swallowed one quickly, then spoke heartily into the phone. Hello, Tony. Ranger keeping you busy, I hope? Ranger was the Secret Service code name for the chief executive. Secretary of State Anthony Pryor had been tapped for the top cabinet position by Henry's successor, President Desmond Ogilvy. A friend of Henry since their Harvard days, Pryor delighted in dropping his formal demeanor when talking to him. Henry, I'm busier than a fox in a chicken coop, but you know that. Look, you bought the Columbia back, and now we're hoping that you'll help us out with something. You're going to get a call from Miguel Alesso's people. He wants to see you. Ranger wants you to see him. Alesso? He's running against the Prime Minister of Costa Barria. You bet he is, and he's in Miami incognito. He swears that Angelica Del Rio engineered her husband's murder 32 years ago, and that her agents were trying to buy the Columbia at the auction, only you beat them to it. How does he know that? Henry asked quietly. Because the widow of one of the guys who screwed up the purchase last week called him. The point is, Ranger figures that you of all people would be able to spot holes in Alesso's story. If you think it holds water, it says a lot about what our position should be on the coming election. Even though 32 years have passed, Garcia del Rio is considered practically a saint in his country. Don't forget, Angelica Del Rio is scheduled to come here on a state visit in exchange for guaranteeing human rights and releasing dissidents. Ranger doesn't want to end up with egg on his face if someone proves she masterminded her husband's murder. You mean Des thinks this may be a tactic to prevent Prime Minister Del Rio from getting our approval just before the election? You got it. God, Henry, these damn small countries can drive you nuts, can't they? No more than the big ones, Henry reminded him. Of course, I'll see Alesso tomorrow morning, here on the Columbia. Great. We'll make all the arrangements. Henry handed the phone back to Marvin Klein and looked at Sunday. My dear, he said, it may be that as usual you were right. About what? About Garcia del Rio's death. Congo Reuters had learned long ago that even a man under the gun needs nourishment. This was Monday. Lenny had gotten word to him that the Britlins were scheduled to fly to Washington Wednesday morning. Congresswoman Sandra O'Brien Britlin needed to be on Capitol Hill for the final debate on aid to Costa Barria. Once the Britlins were off the boat, all extra crew members, including Lenny, would be discharged, which meant they were running out of time. Lenny had to get into Stateroom A tomorrow. For the moment, however, there was nothing more that Reuters could do except eat. Having become particularly fond of the ambience of the Tower restaurant at the Boca Raton Hotel, he decided to head there. Surely a few martinis and a lobster would refresh his spirits. Reaching for the phone, he dialed the Tower and imperiously ordered a window table, one facing the inland waterway. When he arrived at the maitre d's desk, he was outraged to find that he could not have his table of choice. Forced to decide whether to stomp out or to accept fate, he allowed his stomach to make the decision. I am sure you will understand why we had to rearrange our seating, sir, the maitre d' said with a nervous smirk, as he led Roythers to a table where the only nearby sign of water was in a pitcher. "You see why we had to keep some tables clear," he whispered, gesturing to the wall of windows. Roythers' heart leapt. Seated by themselves, chatting over cocktails, tanned and smiling, were America's favorite couple, the former President of the United States and his Congresswoman bride. Roythers reached into his pocket for the cigarette case that concealed his eavesdropping device. Casually, he placed it open on the table and pointed it in the direction of the Britlands. As though scratching his head, he inserted the tiny receiver in his ear and was rewarded by hearing Henry Parker Britland IV say, "I'll be interested in meeting with Alesso tomorrow." Alesso? Roythers thought. Alesso? Why would Britland be meeting with him? He cupped his ear to block out the hum from surrounding tables, then realized he was being addressed. "I'm sorry, sir. This is a smoke-free environment." Roythers looked up to see the disapproving frown on the face of the dining-room captain and realized he had missed something Sunday Britland had said about Alesso bringing proof. "I am not smoking," Roythers contradicted. Pointedly, the captain looked at the open cigarette case. "I keep it out only to test my willpower," Roythers snapped. "Then, sir, with your permission." The captain moved the case so that it was almost concealed between the bud vase and the basket of bread a busboy had placed on the table. "Now you can peek at it, but other diners won't see it and have the impression that this is a smoking area. Remember, you may not be the only one here resisting temptation." "Oh my, wouldn't that be a can of worms? Sir, have you ever thought to reduce your craving for nicotine by chewing gum? It does help." "Get out of there, you fool. Britland is looking at you." Roythers jumped as a familiar voice seared his eardrum with acidic anger. "He might recognize you, you imbecile." Roythers looked around, his eyes wildly searching the room. What disguise was Angelica assuming today? She had to be frantic with worry if she had come here instead of going directly to Costa Barria from New York. He spotted a gray-haired, solitary diner, one elbow on the table, staring at her wine-glass. There she was, Lonesome Wilma, another of Angelica's personas. His next searching glance went over to a window table where it locked with the intense gaze of the former President of the United States. It had been 32 years since they had met. Roythers had been on that fateful trip, ostensibly as one of Garcia del Rio's personal bodyguards, and theoretically had been executed with the rest of his staff for dereliction of duty in failing to protect the Prime Minister. Could Britland recognize him after all these years? Afraid to risk the possibility of discovery, Roythers jumped up and turned his back on the former president. "I do not choose to dine here," he barked, and hurried from the dining room. He was at the elevator when the captain caught up with him. "You forgot your cigarette case, sir," he said. "Keep up the good work in resisting temptation. Courage." Senior Secret Service agent Jack Collins stirred restlessly. He was seated a table away from former President Britland, and that inner voice which warned him of danger was shrieking at him now. Something was up. His eyes moved restlessly around the room, scanning the occupants with MRI intensity. The diners were obviously affluent, a lot of older couples, some family groups with young children. They were all tanned, relaxed, and smiling. A group of suits were swapping stories. Probably here on a golf outing that would be charged to their company as a business meeting, Collins thought sourly. He watched as a ramrod postured male, every inch of his body showing annoyance, exited the restaurant, almost colliding with 4 well-dressed women in their 60s. Collins observed the ladies follow the maitre d' into the room, then register obvious displeasure when he escorted them to a back table situated between the family groups. If they had a man with them, that wouldn't happen, he thought. He noticed a woman at the smallest window table, looking pensively out over the water. Gray hair, a lined face, plain sunglasses, a woebegone expression. She looked like someone recently bereaved. Colin's eyes moved past her on down the row of tables. He just didn't like the vibes he was getting. Something seemed wrong here. It was a distinct relief when, an hour later, the Britlands got up to go. As they passed the reservations desk, the former president beckoned to Collins. "Jack, a guy in the dining room left abruptly without eating. Did you notice him?" "There was something familiar about him. See what you can find out." Collins nodded, signaling the 4 accompanying agents to close around the Britlands. He sent them ahead while he stopped at the desk. When he returned to Belmaris an hour later, he had already arranged for round-the-clock surveillance of the hotel guest registered under the name of Norman Ballinger. The dining-room captain's tale of the open cigarette case, followed by the room clerk's amused description of Ballinger's plans to have innings of golf. No wonder his instincts were on red alert, he thought. His beeper sounded seconds after he entered the mansion. "You're on to something, Jack," headquarters informed him. "Ballinger is really Conga Roythers, the one person close to Angelica Del Rio. He's always in the background of the political scene, but the word is that he has stayed in favor by being her troubleshooter." "What's he doing in Boca?" Collins demanded. "We think he knows Alesso is there and wants to keep track of his movements. We'll have him tailed, but be on guard. Roythers doesn't get his own hands dirty. He may have others with him." Collins got off the phone and wished he could shake the ominous feeling that Henry Parker Britland IV should not have purchased the Columbia. On Tuesday morning, Lenny Wallace was painfully aware of the heightened security on the Columbia. At 7 a.m. he had checked in with Roythers and had been informed that Miguel Alesso, the dissident leader running against the Prime Minister in next week's election, was to have lunch with former President Britland on the yacht. "You must retrieve those papers," Roythers had snapped at him. "The Prime Minister is personally involved in this. Failure is not an option." He then instructed Lenny to find some way to get into the dining room so that he could try to overhear what was being said at the luncheon. Lenny made a supreme effort to keep from telling Roythers that only an imbecile would believe that a deckhand, unless he were invisible, could wander into any room where a highly confidential top-level meeting was taking place. Instead, he thought of Mama and his aunties and promised to do his very best. He did point out that when the former president was aboard the Columbia, his senior Secret Service agent, Jack Collins, was also there and seemed to have the ability to know any time anyone on the boat so much as sneezed. Roythers had one last word. "You should know that your mother and her sisters are under house arrest. Only temporarily, I'm sure. Do whatever you think best." At precisely 12 o'clock, Lenny was on the crew deck, binoculars pressed to his eyes, observing as a limo pulled up to the dock. He watched as 2 men and a woman stepped from it and boarded the launch, the Britlands, and with them, the opposition leader of Costa Barria, Miguel Alesso. An unexplored possibility crossed Lenny's mind. Alesso was gaining in popularity. Everywhere he made an appearance, the people went wild. "Suppose I can't find the papers. I could just disappear. If by some crazy chance he wins the election, I could get in touch with him, tell him what I was assigned to do. Then I could tell him where the bodies are buried. Maybe he'd reward me." But no, that could not be. He knew that. By the time the election was over, it would be too late for his mama and his aunties, those wonderful women who were known as the Alphabet Sisters. Mama, the oldest, was Antonella. The next oldest was Bianca, the third Concetta, and so on until the youngest, Iona. Lorenzo Esperanza, a.k.a. Lenny Wallace, felt a renewed sense of duty as he brushed the tears from his eyes. The ring of truth, Sunday thought. It emanates from him. She and Henry were seated with Miguel Alesso in the salon. Henry had suggested that Alesso take Sir Winston's favorite armchair. I'm out of my league, Alesso said with a slight smile, although in many ways I may be able to compare my country's precarious state with that of England during World War II. Sunday knew that Alesso was scarcely 30 years old, but his air of grave maturity, his dark hair heavily streaked with gray, and the wise yet sad expression in his hazel eyes combined to make him seem at least a decade older. Now he leaned forward, his demeanor intense. Angelica Del Rio planned and carried out the assassination of a truly great man, he said passionately. Her father, as you know, sir, was the commander of Costabaria's army. She married the prime minister on her father's orders, always, I am convinced, with the intention of eliminating him. She was then and remains now a great beauty and also quite charismatic. And after all, as the saying goes, a man is a man. He shrugged mournfully. She changed her personal bodyguards, replaced them with the thugs who portrayed him, including her distant English cousin, who is now known as Conga Roythers. According to the information I have gathered, she drugged her husband, as well as your father and yourself, sir, with the special dessert her personal chef prepared. It was she who rendered Garcia del Rio unconscious. His bodyguards, led by Roythers, weighted down his body and threw it overboard. It must have sunk to the very bottom of the ocean. The bodyguards expected to be rewarded. They were. Upon their return to Costabaria with the grieving widow, they were executed for dereliction of duty, all except, of course, for Roythers. I still don't understand why she chose that night on this yacht, Henry observed. Sunday studied her husband. He sat erect in his captain's chair, his chin resting on his left hand, his entire being concentrated on Alesso. She could almost hear the strains of Hail to the Chief floating through the air. Angelica had received a phone call from her father, the general, telling her that her husband was aware of an impending assassination attempt involving his bodyguards. He also informed her that Del Rio was aware of the millions of dollars she had siphoned from the charities she headed. He was planning to have her arrested when they returned to Costabaria. There was no other option. She had to make her move immediately. Makes sense, Sunday agreed silently. Their plan was that Angelica's father would take over the government, but the general suffered a heart attack the next week, and she seized the opportunity to take over herself. She filled out her husband's term of office, then, capitalizing on the love the people had for him, she seized absolute power. "What proof is there of all this?" Henry asked. "You did talk about proof, signor." Alesso shrugged. "The proof is in the envelope that Garcia del Rio passed to you when you were a 12-year-old boy." "And how do you know all this?" the former president asked. "One of the bodyguards tried to bribe a prison official to allow him to escape execution," Alesso replied. "He told the official about Del Rio's murder and said that Roythers had searched Del Rio's body for an envelope before it was thrown overboard. The envelope contained a statement from Del Rio, the one he was planning to make, accusing his wife. She had managed to get a glimpse of it, but didn't have time to remove it from his jacket before they went to dinner." "Why didn't any of this ever come out?" Sunday asked. Alesso looked astonished at the question. The prison official would have signed his own death warrant if he had admitted he knew the prime minister had been murdered. But as he got older and drank a little more wine, as old men sometimes do, he began to talk. Eventually he talked too much, and then he disappeared. And now, all these years later, the puzzle is finally put together, Henry mused. "No, sir," Alesso corrected. "The puzzle is not together until those papers, if they still exist, are located. But for the immediate present, I beg both of you to support my candidacy. I beg you, Congresswoman Britland, not to vote aid to my people while Angelica Del Rio remains in power. To support her is to support oppression." Sunday found herself unable to hold his intense gaze. She looked away, afraid to let him see the indecision in her own eyes. "And you, sir," Alesso said, looking at Henry, "I implore you to urge the Chief Executive of the United States to cancel any plans to honor Angelica Del Rio with a state dinner." The imprimatur of your great nation must not be given to strengthen a tyrant's hand. Lenny knew there was no way he could hope to get on the upper deck while the meeting was taking place, but he did learn that after the luncheon, the Britlands were returning to Belmaris until their early morning departure for Washington. That meant that the omnipresent Secret Service would be guarding the mansion, not the yacht. Lenny was scheduled to go off duty at 5 p.m. He knew it would seem odd if he did not make an immediate beeline for shore. As he scrubbed the teak deck, he hit upon an idea. No one would expect someone with food poisoning to leave his bunk. An hour later, he presented himself to the purser. Perspiration like moisture covered his face. His eyelids were at half-mast, his gait unsteady. "Something I ate," he whined, clutching at his stomach. 10 minutes later, he was in his cabin on the crew deck, lying on his bunk and getting up his courage to sneak up to stateroom A. That would have to wait until later, though, under the cover of late-night darkness and lightened security. Coming events cast their shadows before, Henry thought that evening as he sipped espresso. He and Sunday were dining on the flower-filled terrace of Belmaris. Tapered candles sent soft, flickering points of flame toward the full moon, which bathed the Columbia in eerie majesty. "Darling, you're so quiet," Sunday observed, as she nodded to Sims to accept a refill of her double espresso. "Even you won't sleep after all that coffee," Henry admonished mildly. "You know me, Henry. I could sack out on a picket fence. It's my clear conscience that does the trick." She took a sip and smacked her lips. As the old saying went, "Man, that's coffee." Her expression became serious. "Henry, I haven't asked you yet, but I'm going to now. You do believe Alesso's story, don't you?" "Yes, I do, for more than one reason. Last night at the restaurant, I got a good look at that man who seemed so familiar. As you know, I was right. I had seen him before. He's Angelica Del Rio's right-hand man, and he was on the Columbia that night 32 years ago. He was near the Prime Minister and me when Del Rio passed me the envelope. Logically, when he didn't find it on Del Rio, he suspected I had it. If he knows Alesso has uncovered the truth, he'll move heaven and earth to get that envelope back. If I could take the yacht apart inch by inch, I would. But it was out of our hands for 32 years. Who knows if some maid didn't find it stuck somewhere and just toss it out?" "Are you going to suggest that Des cancel the state visit for Madame Del Rio?" Sunday asked. "State visits aren't easily canceled, darling, except for grave reasons. If Madame Del Rio wins the election next Tuesday and signs the human rights agreement, stories circulated by her defeated opponent will be discounted. Without proof, they simply cannot be considered credible. And as of now, Alesso has zero chance to beat her." Sunday stared out at the Columbia. "Henry, know what? I'd like to spend one more night on the yacht. I love sleeping there. Would you mind?" Henry smiled. "I'm assuming I'm included in the plan. I think I would enjoy being rocked by the ocean myself, my love. Of course we'll go. Who knows, maybe the Columbia will give up her secrets to us. Wouldn't that be a cause to rejoice?" At 9 o'clock, before he left his cabin to retrieve the missing papers, Lenny arranged his bunk to give the appearance of a sleeping form within it. He had observed many cutters surrounding the Columbia and gleefully reminded himself that while they could make sure no one got on it, he was already there. Now that it was time to do the job, his nerves were tingling. The danger was in getting to stateroom A. Once inside, he should be home free. There was no reason for anyone to even glance into the stateroom tonight. The hardest part would be to cut out a section of the thick oak paneling without making a noise. Reuters had said that the envelope and journal pages had been dropped into the hole created for the safe, so they couldn't have fallen any further than to the floor, and he should find them there, behind the paneling. So it made sense to start at the bottom, he reasoned. It would be easier to reach up than down if the papers were wedged inside the wall. Armed with a saw, a small hammer, and a drill he had stolen from the equipment room, he cautiously left the crew's quarters. The first 2 decks were clear. Obviously, any guards were on the dock or in boats. On the upper deck, he barely avoided walking into a Secret Serviceman stationed at the staircase that led to the private suite the Britlins used. Waste of manpower, Lenny thought, since they're staying at the house. But the near miss worried him. They were staying in the house, weren't they? He wondered. 3 harrowing minutes later, he slipped into stateroom A. He didn't dare turn on the light, but fortunately the night was clear, and the full moon illuminated everything. The stateroom was 20 times the size of the cubicle they had given him. It had a double bed with headboard, a built-in desk, built-in dressers, a sofa and chairs, everything to assure that even in a rough sea the occupant wouldn't be inconvenienced. The closet was deep. Once inside, Lenny closed the door. Only then did he feel able to turn on the flashlight in safety. There it was against the back wall, the safe. Round in shape to resemble a porthole, its door painted to depict a tranquil sea, the old-fashioned combination lock made to resemble a compass. It commanded Lenny's undivided attention. He ran his fingers over it, reflecting that no gem that ever would be locked in it would be half so valuable as what was hidden under it. He sat on the floor and tapped the wood paneling to measure its thickness. Thick, he told himself, damn thick. A lot of trees bit the dust to build this boat, he thought, as he anticipated a long night's work. Sure, if he had a big axe and an electric saw and wanted to attract every guard and crew member aboard, he could make fast work of it. But that wasn't in the cards. Cautiously he began to drill a hole a few inches up from the flooring. Every 15 minutes he paused to rest. Nearly 2 hours later, as he was stretching, he thought he heard a faint click. Snapping off the flashlight, he opened the closet door a crack. His eyes bulged in alarm. Standing in the quiet room, her back to him, a single desk lamp illuminating her slender nightgown-clad body, Congresswoman Sandra O'Brien Britlin was turning down the covers. As Lenny watched in disbelief, she got into bed and turned off the light. As usual, Henry is right, Sunday thought with a sigh, as she tried to settle down, having left her husband fast asleep in their suite on the deck above. Too much coffee. Her brain was racing. But it wasn't just the coffee. There was something Henry had told her about that night he had spent in this very cabin 32 years ago that was hammering at her subconscious. What was it? If only those papers could be found, she thought. If Alesso is right, a woman murdered her husband on this yacht, and the proof may have been stolen from the desk in this room. Clearly, sleep was out of the question. Henry was usually the one to read for several hours after she dropped off, but tonight he had dropped into a heavy slumber the moment his head hit the pillow. It happened so seldom that she had decided to tiptoe into the sitting room of the suite, rather than to lie there stirring about and risk disturbing him. But then the idea of coming down into this cabin had hit her. After all, this was where the theft took place. Henry had told her something important about what had taken place in this room the night Del Rio disappeared. But what? It must be something seemingly trivial that everyone had missed. She had reasoned that if she came to the cabin where whatever it was had occurred, that might help to bring elusive facts to the surface. Before leaving the suite, she had scrawled a note to Henry and left it on the pillow. He worries too much about me, she had thought as she placed it there, resisting the impulse to draw up the coverlet around his neck. It might only awaken him, and he might not want her to go. Art, the Secret Service agent stationed at the foot of the staircase, had been surprised to see her, but had nodded when she told him where she would be. I hope he doesn't think Henry and I had an argument, she thought, amused at the notion that they could ever argue. We just debate things every now and then, that's all. Intellectual discussions, she reasoned, but certainly not arguments. Giving up on sleep, Sunday reached over and turned the light back on. Sitting up, she brushed her hair away from her face and plumped the pillows behind her. Sims had said that the ship's furnishings hadn't been changed. She imagined Henry sitting at the desk, writing a detailed entry, even though, as he had told her, he was so tired he could hardly keep his eyes open. "I wonder if when you're very tired, you don't almost spirit write instead of consciously thinking," Sunday considered. "Oh well, this isn't getting me anywhere. I'd better try again to get to sleep." She turned off the light again. It was so quiet. "Henry told me he has not so much memories of that night as he does impressions, of someone in the room and of someone standing over him. We do know his father looked in on him, but could there have been someone else?" she wondered. "What else did he tell me that I can't recall? Why do I have a creepy feeling about all this?" The quiet was broken by a slight creak as the tempo of the boat's rocking began to increase. Another creak followed, this one less general and much closer. Sunday's head turned instinctively towards the closet wall. She had heard a sound, like something sliding along the floor, and it seemed to be coming from inside the closet. It sounded as if someone were in there. She was sure of it. Cautiously, she slid her hand along the night table, searching for the button that would summon help. But as she did, the door from the corridor opened, the light went on, and she looked into her husband's concerned eyes. "Whoever is in that closet obviously didn't expect me," she thought. "He's looking for something." "Sunday!" Henry exclaimed. "Whatever possessed you two?" "Oh, sweetheart," she interrupted, her voice above normal pitch. "I'm ready to go back up now. I can't seem to get to sleep here either." "I warned you about the coffee," Henry admonished. "I know, darling, you're always right. That's why they elected you president." Sunday hopped out of bed, grabbed her robe, and almost shoved Henry out the door, pulling it close behind them with a decisive click. In the corridor, she put her hand over his mouth just as he started to ask what on earth was going on. "I've cornered our man," she whispered fiercely. "He's in there, in the closet. I just realized it when you came in. 10 to 1 he's looking for the papers that disappeared that night, and he must know they're somewhere in the closet. We'll let him find them for us." An hour later, Lenny was still sawing away at an ever-widening hole in the back wall of the closet of stateroom A. Roythers must have been dreaming, he thought, growing increasingly frustrated and on the verge of becoming frantic. "Those papers aren't here. They're just not here." "Mamma, my aunties, Tia Bianca, Tia Concetta, Tia Desdemona, Tia Eugenia, Tia Florina, Tia Georgina, Tia Helena, Tia Iona." Tears of frustration began to roll down Lenny's cheeks. The papers weren't here, and he would be blamed. He would have to figure out some way to save everyone's neck, his included. But for now he had to get back to his bunk. There was no telling if someone might not wander into the cabin again. He left the closet, closing the door securely behind him. He tiptoed across the room to the outer door and opened it cautiously. Then he froze. He was looking into the steely eyes of Senior Secret Service Agent Jack Collins. "Show us the buried treasure," Collins ordered, as other agents grabbed Lenny's arms. At Collins' insistence, Henry and Sunday were at the end of the corridor, separated from the action by 4 burly agents. When he signaled, one of them said to the former president, "If you wish, sir," and stepped aside. Collins pushed Lenny back into the stateroom. "Obviously he was looking for something, sir," he said, pointing to the destroyed back wall of the closet. "He's one of the deckhands. A deplorable lapse of security." "Never mind that," Henry interrupted. "Did he find the missing papers?" "There are no papers on him, sir." Lenny knew his only hope was to cut a deal, and fast. "I'll tell you everything," he implored. "But if I do, can you stop them from hurting Mama and my aunties?" "We can try," Henry promised. "Talk." "Mr. President, your bathrobe, sir," said Sims, who had appeared in the doorway. The man even looks dignified with his nightshirt on, Sunday thought. Sims had arrived wearing a morning coat over the nightshirt, black silk socks, and black Oxfords. "Just a minute, Sims." Henry went eye to eye with Lenny. "I said talk." And so, Reuters knows that you're taking the boat apart to renovate it. He knows that if you found the envelope and your journal pages from that night, it would be all over for Angelica Del Rio. The people would lynch her. He said the papers would be behind the closet wall under the safe, but he's wrong. The papers must have evaporated. They just aren't there. Sunday saw her own leaden disappointment reflected in her husband's face. "Your bathrobe, sir," Sims urged. "You'll catch your death of cold." He shivered suddenly. "Oh dear, déjà vu. This reminds me of that dreadful night 32 years ago. After the Prime Minister's disappearance, I brought you your bathrobe and escorted you to your father's suite." "Wait a minute," Sunday exclaimed. "What did you just say?" "I said I brought Mr. Henry, that's what I called him in those days, his robe, and then—" "That's what I mean," Sunday said. "You brought him his robe. Why wasn't it in his stateroom?" Sim's brow furrowed, then cleared. Of course. That's how it happened. I had personally brought up your milk and cookies, sir, and checked to be sure all was in readiness. I noted a most annoying dripping sound coming from the water closet in stateroom A, and decided to put you in stateroom B for the night." Sims frowned thoughtfully. "Yes, I remember clearly. I brought your pajamas into stateroom B. I turned down the bed. I transferred your milk and cookies. Knowing you would wish to write in your journal, I also moved your journal and pen onto the desk in B." "Of course," Henry exclaimed. "The door was open, you were here, and I was so groggy I didn't even notice that I was going into stateroom B." Sunday turned to Jack Collins. "Jack, let's take an axe to the closet wall next door." 15 minutes later, the former President of the United States looked up from the yellowing pages he had just read. "It's all here," he said emotionally. "Jack, get me the special phone. I need to talk to President Ogilvy immediately." 3 minutes later, Henry was on the phone to his successor in the Oval Office, reading him the last written words of Garcia del Rio. "It is with heavy heart that I ordered the arrest of my wife, Senora Angelica del Rio, and of her father, Generalissimo Jose Imparate, on the charges of treason and grand larceny. I have learned that an attempt is to be made on my life next Tuesday. The informant is uncertain if it is to take place when I am driven from the palace to address our Congress, or later at the private dinner that I will host for my party leaders. The new chef that my wife chose may be planning to poison all of us. I believe that my wife and her father have ensured my lack of protection by having trumped-up charges placed against the good and honest men who have guarded me for years. They have replaced them with their own henchmen, led by a man I now know to be Angelica's distant cousin, one Conga Reuters, who was raised in England. In a separate charge, I accuse my wife of the crime of grand larceny. She has stolen millions of dollars from the charitable foundation she heads, dollars that were given and intended for the destitute of our country. In support of that charge, I herewith list her numbered accounts in Switzerland." "That's it, Des," Henry concluded. "My journal entry notes that when my father stood up to speak at dinner, Garcia del Rio surreptitiously changed his plate for his wife's. My guess is that even though he didn't expect to be poisoned that night, he was always on guard. Then I made an observation about the crème brûlée her personal chef, whom she had insisted accompany her, had prepared. That it tasted faintly medicinal to me. I think we were all drugged with a sedative to be sure that no one would be able to come to Del Rio's aid. I noted that she never touched the dessert, but that at her insistence he sampled hers." Henry paused and sighed. "Obviously he was overpowered, even though he ate very little of it. And now, my friend, the ball's in your court." He handed the phone to Jack Collins and turned to Sunday. "It's over, darling." "It's really quite wonderful, isn't it?" Sunday asked emotionally, as a week later she and Henry watched the newly elected Prime Minister, Miguel Alesso, waved to the cheering multitudes in Costa Barria. "He'll make a fine leader," Henry agreed, "and he'll bring to fruition the dream Garcia del Rio had for his country: human rights, a democratic government, a sound economy, educational opportunities." They were in the library at Drumdo, watching the special election report that had followed the 11 o'clock news. Sunday reached for Henry's hand. "You are convinced now that you couldn't have changed what happened even if you had walked on the deck with Del Rio that night?" "Yes, I'm convinced," Henry agreed. "I'm only grateful that at that last moment some impulse made him slip that envelope into my pocket. Otherwise we'd never have known." "And at least Angelica and her cousin will pay for their crimes," Sunday said. "I don't think that lady will enjoy life imprisonment." "I'm sure she won't," Henry smiled. "Shall we have one more sail on the Columbia before the renovating starts?" "I'd like that. But this time, try to stay in the stateroom with me. I don't like looking for you in the middle of the night." "I'll stay put. You never know who you'll find in a closet on that yacht, do you?" Merry Christmas. Heap on more wood, the wind is chill, but let it whistle as it will, we'll keep our Christmas merry still. Congresswoman Sandra O'Brien Britland looked up to see her poetry-spouting husband, the former President of the United States, standing in the doorway of her cozy office in Drumdo, their country home in Bernardsville, New Jersey. She smiled affectionately. Even in a turtleneck, sweater, jeans, and worn ankle boots, Henry Parker Britland IV exuded a natural born-to-the-manor persona. The touches of gray in his dark brown hair and thoughtful creases in his forehead were almost the only signs that Henry was approaching his 45th birthday. "So it's Tennyson we're quoting," she said, as she uncurled herself from the couch where she had been reading the seemingly endless stack of material about pending legislation. "I gather the all-around hunk is up to something." "Not Tennyson, love. Sir Walter Scott, and be aware I will hang you by the thumbs if you call me all-around hunk again." "But People magazine just voted you that for the 5th year in a row. That's a real record. Pretty soon they'll have to create a perennial hunk award and retire you from active consideration." Seeing the mock menacing look on Henry's face, Sunday said hastily, Okay, just kidding." "Your saw, Mr. President." Sims the butler appeared in the doorway, carrying a shiny new saw across upturned palms. He displayed it to Henry with the same reverence he might have shown in tendering the crown jewels. "What in heaven's name is that all about?" Sunday exclaimed. "What do you think, darling?" Henry inquired, as he studied it carefully. "Well done, Sims. I think this should handle the job quite adequately." "Are you planning to saw me in half?" Sunday asked. Orson Welles and Rita Hayworth had quite a successful act staging that scene. "No, my sweet love. You and I are going into the woods. This morning, when I was riding, I spotted a magnificent evergreen that will be perfect for our first Christmas tree. It's at the north end of the property, out past the lake." "You're going to cut it down yourself?" Sunday protested. "Henry, you're taking this all-around business too seriously." Henry held up his free hand. "No arguments. I heard you say several weeks ago that one of your happiest memories was going out with your father to buy the Christmas tree, then helping him carry it home and trim it. This year, you and I are starting our own tradition." Sunday tucked a runaway lock of blonde hair behind her ear. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Absolutely. We're going to tramp through the snow into our woods. I am going to cut down the tree, and together we're going to drag it back here." Henry beamed in satisfaction at his plan. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. If we get the tree in and up today, we can start trimming it this evening and finish tomorrow. Sims will bring out the boxes from the storeroom, and you can select any ornaments you choose." "We have quite a selection, madam," Sims volunteered. "Just last year, Lanning decorators came as usual and did the blue and silver effect. Quite beautiful. The year before, we had a white Christmas. Ah, yes, it was much admired." "Lanning must be having a heart attack that you're not having him in this year," Sunday observed as she put the files and notepad aside and stood up. She walked over to Henry and put her arm around his waist. "I can see through you. You're doing this for me." He cupped her face in his hands. "You've had a rough few weeks. I think we're putting together exactly the kind of Christmas you need. All the household help except for Sims gone. The Secret Service guys home with their own families. It'll be just the two of us and Sims." Sunday swallowed over the sudden lump in her throat. Her mother had had an emergency triple bypass several weeks earlier. She was now recuperating at the Britland estate in the Bahamas with Sunday's father in attendance. But it had been touch and go for a while, and the fear of losing her mother had shaken Sunday to the core. "If it's quite all right with you, madam, that I stay," Sims said, his tone questioning, his voice dignified, his demeanor as always stately. "Sims, this has been your home for over 30 years, Sunday said. "You bet we want you to stay." She pointed to the saw. "I thought wood choppers used axes." "You get to carry the axe," Henry said. "It's cold out there. Wear your ski outfit." From behind the thick trunk of a 100-year-old oak, Jacques cautiously moved his head to observe the tall man cutting down the tree. The lady was laughing and seemed to be trying to help, while the other man, who looked something like Grand-Père, just stood there. Maman and Richard had been married last week. Jacques liked his new daddy a lot, until Lily told him that Maman and Richard had phoned to say they didn't want him anymore and told her to take him away. Then they got in Lily's car and drove for a long time. Jacques remembered that he'd been asleep when a loud noise woke him, and the car spun around, then went off the road. The door next to him flew open, and he ran away. Why didn't Maman give him to Grand-Père if she didn't want him any longer? Grand-Père had gone back to Paris earlier today. When he left, Grand-Père told Jacques how happy he would be living in this nice place called Darien, in Richard's new home. Grand-Père promised that he could spend a month with him at the country house in Aix-en-Provence, and in the meantime he would be sending Jacques lots of messages on his computer. Even though he was going to be sick soon, and Maman kept calling him her little man, it was too much for Jacques to understand. All he knew was that Maman and Richard did not want him, and that he didn't want to be with Lily. If he could just talk to Grand-Père, maybe Grand-Père would come and get him. But what if Grand-Père told him he had to stay with Lily? Better not to talk to anyone, Jacques thought. Opposite him, the big tree came down with a crash. The tall man, and the lady, and the man who looked like Grand-Père began to cheer, and then together they took hold of it and started to drag it away. Silently, Jacques followed them. "A most satisfactory evergreen, sir," Sims remarked. "But perhaps it could be a trifle more centered." "It isn't in the stand straight," Sunday observed. "In fact, it's slightly lopsided. That's why it looks off-center." She was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the library, going through the neatly packed boxes of Christmas ornaments. "However," she added, "considering the energy you two expended getting that tree into the stand in the first place, I'd suggest you leave it alone. It will be fine." "I fully intend to," Henry said. "Which color scheme are you using?" "None," Sunday told him. "All mixed up. Real loving hands at home, multicolored lights, tinsel. I wish you had some battered ornaments that you remember from the time you were a kid." "Better than that, I have your battered ornaments," Henry told her. "Before your folks left for Nassau, your dad retrieved them for me." "I shall fetch the box containing them, sir," Sims offered. "And perhaps you and Madam would enjoy a glass of champagne while you decorate your tree?" "Fine with me," Henry said as he rubbed calloused palms together. "You're ready for some bubbly, aren't you, sweetheart?" Sunday did not answer. She was staring out at a spot just past the evergreen. "Henry," she said quietly, "please don't think I'm crazy, but for a second I thought I saw a child's face pressed against the window." Richard Dalton glanced briefly at his wife of 7 days as they turned off Connecticut's Merritt Parkway and onto the road that led to Darien. In fluent French, he said, "I owe you a real honeymoon, Giselle." Giselle Dubois Dalton tucked her hand under her husband's arm and answered in accented English. "Remember, Richard, from now on you're supposed to speak only English to me, and don't worry, we'll have a real honeymoon later. You know I wouldn't want to leave Jacques alone with a strange babysitter for more than a few hours. He's so shy." "She speaks fluent French, dear, and that was important. The agency recommended her very highly." "Even so," Giselle's voice sounded troubled. "Everything was so rushed, wasn't it?" It was rushed, Dalton thought. He and Giselle had planned to be married in May, but the date got moved up when he had been offered the presidency of Allflave, the worldwide soft drink company. Prior to then, he had been director of Colette, Allflave's chief competitor's French division. They had agreed that nobody only 34 years old turned down that kind of job, especially when it came with a substantial signing bonus. Giselle and he had been married last week, and a few days later had come to the house the company rented for them in Darien. On Friday evening, the housekeeper, Lily, who they had been told would not be available to start with them until after Christmas, had unexpectedly shown up. So on Saturday morning, Giselle's father, Louis, urged them to go to New York for a brief honeymoon weekend. "I'll be here with Jacques until noon on Monday. Then Lily can certainly mind him for a few hours until you return Monday afternoon after the company luncheon," he had said. But the company Christmas luncheon had run longer than expected, and now, as they got nearer to the Darien house, Richard could feel Giselle's tension building. He understood her concern. Widowed at 24 and left with an infant son, she had gone to work in the publicity department of Colette. It was there that they had met a year ago. It hadn't been an easy courtship. Giselle was so fiercely protective of Jacques, so afraid that a stepfather, any stepfather, wouldn't be good to him. They also had expected to live in Paris indefinitely. But then, in just a matter of a few weeks, she had to both change her wedding plans and relocate. Richard knew that Giselle's biggest worry, however, was that the change, a new father, a new home, was too abrupt for Jacques. Besides, he was barely starting to learn English. "Home, sweet new home," Richard said cheerfully as he steered the car into the long driveway. Giselle was opening the passenger door even before he braked. "The house is so dark," she said. "Why didn't Lily turn the lights on?" Richard's flip suggestion that Lily was obviously a thrifty French lady died on his lips. The house had a deserted air about it that even he found ominous. Although it was almost dark, there wasn't a single light shining from any window. He caught up with Giselle at the front door. She was fumbling in her purse for her key. "I have it, dear," he told her. The door opened to reveal a shadowed foyer. "Jacques," Giselle called. "Jacques!" Richard flicked the light switch. As the area brightened, he saw a sheet of paper propped on the foyer table. It read, "Don't call the police. Wait for instructions." "Miss Lamont, how are you feeling?" She opened her eyes slowly to see a solicitous state trooper looking down at her. What had happened? She wondered briefly. Then vivid memory came flooding back. The car had blown a tire and she had lost control. It had gone off the road and down the embankment. She had smashed her head on the wheel. The boy, Jacques, had he told them about her? What should she say? She would go to prison. She felt a hand on her shoulder. She realized that a doctor was standing on the other side of the bed. "Easy," he said reassuringly. "You're in the emergency room of Morristown General Hospital. You've had a pretty bad bump, but otherwise you're fine. We tried to notify your family, but there's no answer yet." Notify her family? Of course. She still had the card case Pete had lifted with the real Lily Lamont's driver's license, registration, medical insurance, and credit cards. Despite her throbbing head, Betty Rouche's ability to lie returned with lightning speed. Actually, that's fortunate. I'm joining my family for Christmas, and I wouldn't want to frighten them with a call. Where should she say she was joining them? Where was the boy? You were alone in the car? A vague memory of the passenger door opening filtered through her clouded memory. The child must have run away. Yes, she whispered. Your car's been towed to the nearest gas station, but I'm afraid it needs major repairs, the state trooper told her. It may well be a write-off. She had to get out of here. Betty looked at the doctor. I'll have my brother come back and take care of the car. Can I leave now? Yes, I would say so, but take it easy and see your own physician next week. With a reassuring smile, the doctor left the cubicle. I'll need you to sign the accident report, the trooper told her. Will someone pick you up? Yes, thank you. I'll phone my brother. Well, good luck. It could have been a lot worse. A blowout and no airbag. The trooper did not finish the thought. 10 minutes later, Betty was in a cab on her way to a rental car agency. 20 minutes after that, she was on her way to New York City. The plan had been to take the boy to her cousin Pete's house in Somerville, but no way was she going there now. She waited until she was safely out of town before she pulled into a gas station and phoned. Now that she was somewhere safer, she had to vent her fury on the cousin who had talked her into this crazy scheme. It's a cinch, he had told her, the kind of break that comes along once in a lifetime. Pete worked for the Best Choice Employment Agency in Darien. He called himself a trainee, but Betty knew his job ranged from running errands to mowing lawns for the rental properties the agency managed. Like her, he was 32. They had grown up next door to each other, and over the years had gotten into a lot of trouble together. They still laughed about how they had trashed the high school for which other kids got blamed. But she should have known Pete was out of his league with this crazy scheme. Look, he told her, at the agency I heard all about them, this couple with the kid. This guy, Rich Dalton, just deposited a check for $6 million. His signing bonus, they call it. I've even worked at the rental place they'll be living in. Another executive had it 6 months ago, and I know Lily Lamont. She's been used by other people through the agency, and she's the only one they have who is right for this job. They need a nanny who is fluent in French. Well, I happen to know she's going to New Mexico for Christmas, so you take her place. You're her type and age, and you speak good French. Once the couple takes off, you take the kid to my place in Somerville. I'll handle picking up the ransom and all that. It'll be a swap. We get $1 million to split between us. And if they call the cops? They won't. But even if they do, what does it matter? Nobody knows you. Why suspect me? We won't hurt the kid. Plus, I'll be in a position to watch what's happening. Part of my job is to keep that place plowed and shoveled. We're going to have more snow, so I'll know if there's any sign of cops there. I phone and tell Dalton to leave the money in their mailbox tomorrow night, and the kid's home for Christmas. Get the cops, and they won't hear from us again. And what do we do with the child? Same thing we do if we get the money. No matter what goes down, you leave the kid in a church in New York. Their prayers will be answered. To Betty, it sounded like trashing the school and getting away with it. Pete wouldn't hurt the kid any more than she would. Just like it never occurred to them to burn down the school. They wouldn't have done that. When he answered the phone, Pete's voice was edgy. I thought you'd be in Somerville hours ago. I might have, if you'd made sure that lousy car had decent tires, Betty snapped. What happened? She could feel her voice rising even as she tried to whisper. He interrupted her. Shut up and listen to me. The deal's off. Forget the money. No more contact with them. Where's the kid? I don't know. I woke up in a hospital. Apparently the boy had run off before the cops found me. If he starts talking, they'll tie him to you. Do they know you're renting another car? The cab driver knows. Okay, dump that car and get lost. Just make sure you lie low. Remember, there's nothing to tie us to the missing kid." "Sure there isn't," Betty exclaimed bitterly as she slammed down the phone. "Sir, there's no report as yet of a missing child," the policeman told Henry. "But I'll take the boy to headquarters. A representative of Family Services will pick him up there if no one comes for him soon. Chances are, though, that some mighty worried people are searching hard for him right now." They were clustered in the library at Drumdo. The room was dominated by the towering, still unadorned, slightly tilted Christmas tree, which remained exactly as it had been when Sunday spotted Jacques' face at the window. Realizing he had been seen, the little boy had tried to run away, but Henry had rushed out in time to catch him. When their gentle questions yielded nothing but silence, Henry had phoned the police, while Sunday unzipped and removed the child's outer jacket. Gently she had rubbed warmth back into chilled small fingers, all the while keeping up a steady stream of words, hoping to win his confidence, heartsick to see the terror in his blue-green eyes. Now the policeman squatted in front of the child. "About 5 or 6, wouldn't you think, sir? That's what my sister's kid is, and he's about this size." He smiled at Jacques. "I'm a policeman, and I'm going to help find your mom and dad. Bet they're looking all over the place for you right now. We're going to go for a ride in my car to the place where they can pick you up, okay?" He put his hand on Jacques' shoulder and started to ease the boy toward him. His face contorted with fear, Jacques pulled back and turned toward Sunday, grabbing her skirt with both hands as though begging for protection. "He's frightened to death," Sunday said. She knelt beside the quivering boy and put her arm around him. "Officer, can't you just leave him here? I'm sure you'll get a call about him soon. While we're waiting, he can help us trim the tree. Can't you, little guy?" Sunday felt the small boy shrinking against her. "Can't you?" she asked gently. At his lack of response, she said, "I think he may not be able to hear." "Or speak," Henry agreed. "Officer, I think my wife is right. You know he's safe and warm here. We'll give him dinner. Certainly by then you'll have learned who he is and where he belongs." "I'm afraid I can't do that, sir. I will have to take him to headquarters. We'll need to take his picture and have an exact physical description for the teletype alert we'll send out. Then it will be up to the family service people to decide if we can place him with you until he's claimed." Maman had taught him a long time ago that if he ever got lost, he should go to a gendarme and tell him his name and his address and his phone number. Jacques was sure that this man was a gendarme, but he couldn't give his name or address or phone number. Maman and Richard had given him away to Lily, and he didn't want her to come for him, ever. This lady reminded him of Maman. Her hair was the same color, and the way she smiled at him was the way Maman smiled. She was gentle, not like Lily, who did not smile, and who made him change into the uncomfortably tight clothes he was wearing now. Jacques was hungry and tired, and very afraid. He wanted to be back in Paris, safe with Maman and Grand-Père. Soon it would be La Fête de Noël. Last year, Richard had come to their house with trains for him. Jacques remembered that together they had laid the tracks and set up the train station and the bridges and the little houses along the tracks. Richard had promised they would set them up this year in the new house, but Richard had lied to him. Jacques felt himself being picked up. They were going to take him away, back to Lily. In terror, he buried his face in his hands. 2 hours later, when Lily had not appeared, and the gendarme brought him back to the big house, Jacques felt the scared feeling start to go away. He knew Lily wasn't in this house. He would be safe here. Tears of relief welled up in his eyes. The door opened, and the man who looked like Grand-Père let him in and led them back to the room with the Christmas tree. The tall man and the lady were there. "The child was examined," the policeman told Henry and Sunday. "The doctor says he's in good health and seems to have been well cared for. He still hasn't spoken, and he refused to eat anything, but the doctor says it's too soon to tell if it's a physical problem or if he's just frightened. We have his picture and description on the teletype. My guess is that he'll be claimed pretty soon, but in the meantime, family services okayed his staying with you." Jacques did not know what the gendarme had said, but the lady who looked like Maman knelt down and put her arm around him. He could tell she was kind. He felt safe with her, a little like the way he felt when Maman had loved him. The giant lump in his throat began to melt. Sunday felt him tremble against her. "It's okay to cry," she murmured as she stroked his silky brown hair. Richard Dalton watched helplessly as his wife sat staring at the phone. Giselle was clearly in shock. Her pupils were enormous, her face expressionless. As the hours passed and they heard nothing from Jacques' kidnappers, his every instinct insisted that the police be called. But at the suggestion, Giselle became almost hysterical. "No, no, no, you cannot, you will not. They will kill him. We must do what they say. We must wait for instructions." He should have known something was wrong when that woman showed up unexpectedly, he told himself bitterly. The agency had been adamant that she would be away over Christmas and could not begin working until the 27th. We should have checked, of course, he thought. It would have been simple just to call the agency and confirm. But how did the woman who had said she was Lily Lamont know to come to the house? Obviously, it had all been planned. She was to abduct Jacques at the first opportunity. It was Giselle's father who had finally convinced them to accept the woman who called herself Lily Lamont and who urged them to spend the weekend in New York. It was ironic as well, for he would be distraught if anything happened to Jacques. No, it was not his fault, Richard thought. We probably would have entrusted Jacques to that woman today when we went to the company luncheon. He shook his head. Maybe not, he thought. It's too late to wonder about such things now. He had to do something, though. The inactivity was driving him crazy. He had to believe that this was about money and that they would get Jacques back by tomorrow. Tomorrow. Christmas Eve. He sighed. Maybe it wouldn't be that quick. His signing bonus had been well publicized. It was logical for the kidnapper to assume that he could put his hands on $6 million. But surely no one would expect that he would have that kind of money available at short notice. The most he could get from a cash machine was a few $100s. The kidnapper or kidnappers had to be planning to keep Jacques overnight. If they phoned by morning, he would be able to get cash from the bank. But how much cash? How much would they demand? If it was in the millions, it would take several days to get it together. No bank had that much ready cash on tap. And large withdrawals meant questions. Giselle was weeping now, tears that slid silently down her cheeks. Her lips were forming her son's name. Jacques. Jacques. It's my fault, Richard thought. Giselle and Jacques came with me willingly, and look what I've done to them. He could not stand the inactivity any longer. He had promised Jacques that they would set up his trains in time for Christmas. He looked about the room. The boxes were in a corner of the family room in which they were sitting. Richard got up, went over to the boxes, and squatted on the floor. His strong fingers ripped the seal of the first box apart, and he reached in and pulled out sections of track. Last year on Christmas Eve, when Jacques opened the brightly wrapped packages in Grandpère's house, Richard had explained that Santa had left this present early so that he could help Jacques put it together. When the tracks and the trains and the bridges and the houses were completely set up, he had pointed out the switch to Jacques. "This is what makes it start," he had explained. "Try it." Jacques had thrown the switch. The lights in the little houses blazed, the whistles blew, the crossing gate came down, and as he cautiously opened the throttle, the antique Lionel locomotive, with 6 cars behind it, chugged for a few moments, then raced forward. The look of awe on Jacques' face had been indescribable. "Come on, Jacques," Richard prayed. "I'm going to put this train together again, and you've got to get back here to run it with me." The phone rang. He jumped up, managing to take it from Giselle's grasp before she had a chance to speak. "Richard Dalton," he said crisply. A voice, low and husky, obviously attempting to be disguised, asked, "How much cash have you got in your house?" Richard thought rapidly. "About $2,000, he said. Pete Schuler had changed his mind. Maybe he could get a few bucks out of this after all. "Did you call the police?" "No, I swear we didn't." "Okay. Leave the cash in the mailbox now, then close all the blinds. I don't want you looking out. Got it?" Yes, we'll do anything you say. Is Jacques all right? I want to talk to him." "You'll talk to him soon enough. Put the cash out where I told you, and the kid is trimming the tree with you tomorrow night." "Take care of him. You've got to take care of him." "We will, but remember, any sign of police and he's in South America being adopted. Got it?" They haven't threatened to kill him, Richard thought. At least they haven't threatened to kill him. Then he heard a click. He put the phone down and put his arms around Giselle. "He'll be returned to us tomorrow," he said. The window of the second-floor center bedroom looked out directly over the curbside mailbox. It was at this window that Richard established his observation post, peering through a slit in the drapes. The phone, on a long extension cord, was positioned right next to him. He knew that Giselle might not understand any instructions the growly-voiced caller would give. Clearly her nerves were wearing thin. But he did manage to get her to lie on the bed near the window, an Afghan tucked around her. His final preparation had been to adjust his camera to allow for the minimal lighting conditions. As he settled in for his watch, Richard realized despairingly how little he would be able to learn about anyone who attempted to take the money. The street was unlighted, the sky filled with heavy, threatening clouds. He would be lucky to even determine the make of car the person was driving. I should call the police, he thought. That's probably the one chance we would have to follow whoever comes here for the money. He sighed. But if he did notify the police, and then something went wrong, he would never be able to forgive himself, and he knew that Giselle would never forgive him. His mind flashed back to when he was 9 years old, and to the piano lessons his mother had made him take. One of the few songs he had managed to get through without a mistake was All Through the Night. He remembered that his mother would sometimes sit beside him on the piano bench and sing the words while he played. Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee, all through the night. Guardian angels, God will send thee, all through the night. Let guardian angels take care of our little boy, Richard prayed silently as he listened to Giselle's soft sobbing. A final fragment of the song ran through his head. And I, my loving vigil keeping, all through the night. Dinner was simple: salad, French bread, pasta with basil and tomato sauce. The child sat with Henry and Sunday at the table in the small dining room. He took the napkin from beside the place and placed it on his lap, but did not look at Sims when offered the bread and did not touch the food. He has to be hungry, Henry said. It's nearly 7:30. He took a bite of the pasta and smiled at Jacques. Delicious. Jacques looked at him gravely, then averted his eyes. Perhaps a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, Sims suggested. How you enjoyed them when you were a lad, sir. Let's just ignore him for a few minutes and see what happens, Sunday said. I think he's terribly frightened, but I agree he must be hungry. If he doesn't start eating in a couple of minutes, we'll switch menus. Sims, if we do try the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, substitute milk for the Coke. She twirled pasta onto her fork. Henry, don't you think it's very odd that the police haven't heard from anyone about a missing child? I mean, if he were from a house around here, any normal parent would have been calling them immediately to report him missing. My point is, how did he get here? Do you think he might have been deliberately left on our doorstep? I can't believe that, Henry said. Anyone deliberately planning to leave the child here would have to be psychic to know that we sent the Secret Service guys home for these few days. Otherwise, they'd have been seen and questioned at the gates. I think it's more likely that for some incredible reason he simply hasn't been missed yet. Sunday glanced at Jacques, then quickly back at Henry. Don't look now, but a certain little guy is starting to dig in. For the rest of the meal, she and Henry chatted, ostensibly ignoring Jacques, who finished the entire plate of pasta, the salad, and the Coke. Sunday noticed him eyeing the bread, which was out of his reach. Casually, she nudged the basket nearer to him. Another observation, she said. He wanted the bread but couldn't ask for it, and wouldn't reach for it. Henry, this child, whether you realize it or not, has very good table manners. After dinner, they went back to the library to finish trimming the tree. Sunday pointed out the last full box of ornaments to Jacques, and he began handing them to her. She noticed how careful he was as he plucked them, one by one, from the cardboard separators. That's something else he's done before, she decided. Later she noticed that his eyes were beginning to droop. When the last ornament was taken from the box and hung on the tree, she said, I think somebody needs to go to bed. The question is, where do we put him? Darling, there are at least 16 bedrooms in this house. Yes, but where did you sleep when you were this guy's size? In the nursery suite. With your nanny nearby? Of course. Exactly. Sims was piling the empty boxes together. Sims, I think we'll put our little friend on the couch in our sitting room, Sunday said. That way we can leave the bedroom door open and he can see and hear us. Very good, madam. As to night dress? One of Henry's T-shirts will do fine. Later that night, Sunday awakened to a faint stirring from the next room. In an instant she was out of bed, across the carpet, and at the door of the adjacent sitting room. Jacques was standing at the window, his face raised to the sky. A faint drone caught her attention. A plane was passing overhead. He must have heard it, she thought. I wonder what it means to him. As she watched, the little boy walked back to the couch, got under the covers, and buried his face in the pillow. Christmas Eve dawned crisp and bright. A dusting of pre-dawn snow left a glittery, fresh surface on already white lawns and fields. Henry, Sunday, and Jacques went for an early morning walk. "Darling, you do know we can't keep him indefinitely," Henry said. A deer ran through the woods, and Jacques rushed ahead of them to witness its swift flight. "I know, Henry. You were right to keep him near us last night. I think I'm starting to realize what it will be like when we have children of our own, sweetheart. Will they all sleep on the couch in the sitting room?" Sunday laughed. "No, but they won't be in another wing of the house either." "Have you finished your Christmas greeting for the internet?" "Yes, I have. So many people from all over the world wrote to us this year that I think it's an appropriate time to convey our good wishes and gratitude to them." "I do too." Then Sunday's voice changed. "Henry, look!" Jacques had abruptly stopped running and now stood looking up longingly at the sky. They could hear the drone of an airplane far above. "Henry," Sunday said slowly, "another clue. I think that little boy has recently been on a plane." Pete Schuler was not comforted by the realization that he had $2,333 in his pocket, even though the windfall did mean that he could take the rest of the winter off and go ski somewhere. Several questions still nagged at him. Where was the kid? Why didn't he show up? His dumb cousin Betty had lost him somewhere in New Jersey. How come some nice concerned citizen hadn't found him and turned him over to the cops? Suppose the kid had had an accident? He turned the question over in his mind, but to no avail. Betty was at her friend's pad in New York, that dump in the East Village. Pete dialed the number. Betty answered. Her voice was ragged. "The kid back home yet?" she asked. "No. Where the hell did you lose him?" "Bernardsville. That was the name of the town. Do you think he got run over or something?" "How am I supposed to know? You're the one who lost him." Pete hesitated, considering. "I'm pretty sure the parents haven't called the police." He wasn't about to tell Betty that he'd gotten any money. "But we need to know what's going on." "Just in case they have some kind of tracer on him, you take a bus over to New Jersey, call the Bernardsville police from a phone booth, and ask if a 5-year-old kid was turned into them. Got it?" "What good will that do? What do you think they'll tell me?" Betty asked. "Why did I get into this?" she was thinking. "If something has happened to this kid, I could go to jail for the rest of my life." "Do it now, but be careful. If they have the kid, they'll ask you a bunch of questions," Pete snapped. At 2:00, Betty called him back. "I'm not sure if they have him or not," she said. "They asked me to describe the child. I hung up fast." "That was stupid," Pete told her curtly. He broke the connection. If the Daltons hadn't yet gone to the police, it was a sure thing they would very soon, especially if they didn't get further word from him. He drove to a gas station in Southport and shut himself in the phone booth. He would have to make the next move himself. The phone was answered on the first ring. "Richard Dalton?" "There's been a delay," Schuler said in the same semi-disguised voice he had attempted before, speaking through a handkerchief over the mouthpiece, the way he had seen it done in the movies. "Just don't panic. Got it? Don't panic." Richard Dalton heard the click as the caller hung up. Something has gone wrong, he thought. Whoever had taken the money came on foot, he realized. That was why he hadn't seen anyone. All night long he had stayed awake, watching for a car to drive down the block. It hadn't come. Still, in the morning, the money was gone. Somehow he had completely missed the person who had taken it. The phone rang again. Dalton grabbed it, identified himself, listened, then covered the mouthpiece with his hand. "It's your father," he said. "He wants to speak to Jacques." "Tell him Jacques and I are out doing our last-minute Christmas shopping," Giselle whispered. Her face was a mask of fear and pain. Richard could hardly bear to look into her eyes. "Louis, they're out shopping. We'll surely speak with you tomorrow." As he replaced the receiver, Giselle screamed, "Tell him that Jacques and I are Christmas shopping!" She fell to the floor in a faint, accidentally hitting the switch for the electric train. The lights blazed on, the crossing gate went down, the locomotive chugged, then roared. Dalton strode across the room, snapped off the switch, then cradled his wife in his arms. At 5 o'clock on Christmas Eve, the police chief of Bernardsville phoned and asked to speak to Henry. "Mr. President, there are flyers being distributed in all the neighboring areas about the boy. The FBI field office in all 50 states have his picture and description. We've checked with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So far, we're drawing a complete blank. I can tell you, though, that we did get one odd phone call today asking if a 5-year-old had been turned into us. This is beginning to look like an abandoned child situation. Has he said anything yet?" "Not a word," Henry admitted. "Then we think it best if we take custody of the boy. We need to take him to the hospital and have him evaluated properly to see if he really can't speak, or if perhaps he's been traumatized." "Hold on, Chief, please." Sunday had sent Sims to the local Toys R Us, and he had returned laden with gifts. Most of the presents were still wrapped. They had opened a few, however, including a large box of heavy plastic interlocking building blocks, with which she and Jacques were constructing an elaborate tower. She listened with dismay as Henry repeated the message. "Henry, it's Christmas Eve. This little boy can't wake up in a hospital tomorrow." "And we can't keep him indefinitely, darling." "Tell them to leave him with us until Thursday. At least let him have Christmas. He's comfortable here, I know he is. And something else, Henry. Sims bought some new clothes. The stuff he was wearing appears new, but it doesn't fit him. There's something strange going on. I don't think he was abandoned. I think his family doesn't know where to look for him. Tell the police that." Jacques did not know what the nice lady who looked a little like Maman was saying. He did know that he was glad to be with her, as well as with the nice tall man and the old man who looked like Grand-père. Maybe if he was a very good boy, they would let him stay. But he also wanted to be home with Maman and Richard. Suddenly he couldn't hold the sadness in any longer. He put down the small block he was about to place on the very top of the tower and began to cry, silent, hopeless, lonely tears that even the nice lady who rocked him in her arms could not prevent. That night he could not eat dinner. He really tried, but the food wouldn't go down his throat. Later they went back into the room with the Christmas tree, and all he could think about was the train set he and Richard were going to put together in the new house in Darien. Sunday knew what Henry was thinking. They weren't really helping the little boy. He was grieving, a silent, persistent grief that all the toys in the world wouldn't help. Maybe he did belong in a hospital where he could get professional help. She experienced the same helpless feeling she had had when she waited with Henry and her father during her mother's operation. "What are you thinking, love?" Henry asked quietly. "Just that we'd better let the professionals take over. You were right. We're not doing him any favors keeping him here." "I agree." "It doesn't feel much like Christmas Eve," Sunday said sadly. "A lost child. I can't believe someone isn't looking for him. Can you imagine how we'd feel if our little boy were missing?" Henry started to answer, then tilted his head. "Listen, the Christmas carolers are coming." He crossed to the window and opened it. As the crisp air blew into the room, the carolers drew nearer to the house. They were singing "God Rest You, Merry Gentlemen." "Let nothing you dismay." Sunday thought. Softly she hummed with them as they switched to the familiar poignant words of Silent Night. She and Henry applauded as the group launched in to deck the halls with boughs of holly. Then the leader of the carolers approached the window and said, "Mr. President, we learned a special song for you because we read once that it was a favorite of yours at school. If we may." He blew on the pitch pipe and the group softly began to sing. Un flambeau, Jeannette Isabelle, un flambeau courant au berceau. C'est Jésus, bon Jean du Hameau, le Christ est né. From behind her, Sunday heard a sound. Jacques had remained hunched on the chair opposite the couch, where they had been sitting when the carolers had appeared. As she watched, he bolted upright, his half-closed eyes open wide, his lips moved in sync with the singers. "Henry," she said quietly, "look. Do you see what I see?" Henry turned. "What do you mean, darling?" "Look!" Without seeming to study Jacques, Henry stared at him intently. "He knows that song." He went over and scooped the little boy up in his arms. "Again, please," he requested when the carolers stopped, but when they sang the song again, Jacques sealed his lips. When the carolers had left, Henry turned to the little boy and began speaking French. "Comment t'appelles-tu? Où habites-tu?" But Jacques only closed his eyes. Henry looked at Sunday and shrugged. "I don't know what else to do. He won't answer me, but I think he understands what I'm asking." Sunday looked thoughtfully at Jacques. "Henry, you must have noticed how fascinated our little friend was when a plane flew overhead this afternoon. You pointed it out to me. And the same thing happened last night. Henry, suppose this child just got here from another country. No wonder he hasn't been reported missing. Sims brought back one of the flyers with his picture description, didn't he?" "Yes." "Henry, you were going to put a Christmas greeting on the internet, weren't you?" "My annual message, yes, at midnight." "Henry, do me a favor." Sunday pointed to Jacques. "This year put the flyer with his picture and description on as well, and especially ask people in France and other French-speaking countries to take particular note of his picture. And from now on, talk to me in French. I may not get much of it, but maybe we'll make a breakthrough." It was 6:15 in the morning in Paris when Louis de Coye, his coffee in hand, went into his study and turned on the computer. Christmas morning alone was an unhappy prospect. At least later he would join friends for Christmas dinner. The house was lonely without Jacques and Giselle, but Louis was well satisfied with his daughter's choice of a husband. Richard Dalton was the kind of man any father would like to see his daughter marry. And they would visit a great deal, he was confident of that. They had promised that the lessons he had begun to give Jacques on the internet would be continued. Someday, before too long, he and his grandson would be able to communicate regularly by email. In the meantime, it was now almost midnight on the east coast of the United States, and he wanted to read the Christmas message that Henry Parker Britland IV was about to send to his well-wishers. Louis had once met the former president at a reception at the American Embassy in Paris and had been impressed by his ready wit and genuine warmth. 5 minutes later, an incredulous Louis de Coye was staring at the picture of his grandson, whom the former president had described as a missing child. 6 minutes later, Richard Dalton, while preparing to form some excuse for Giselle not coming to the phone to speak to her father, was shouting, "Oh my God, Louis, oh my God!" At 2 a.m., the bell rang. Henry and Sunday were waiting for Jacques' parents. "He's asleep upstairs." Jacques was having a dream, but this time it was a very good dream. Maman was kissing him and whispering, "Mon petit, mon Jacques, je t'aime, je t'aime." Jacques felt himself being lifted up, blankets tucked around him. Richard was holding him tight, saying, "Little boy, we're going home." In the dream, Jacques slept in Maman's arms in a car for a long time. When he awoke, he opened his eyes slowly, the sad feeling creeping over him. but he was not on a couch in the big house. He was in his own bed. How did he get here? Was the good dream not a dream after all? Had Maman and Richard come for him because they loved him? "Maman, Richard!" Jacques called eagerly as he hopped out of bed and ran into the hallway. "Down here, Jacques," Maman called. And then he heard another sound floating up from downstairs, the chug-chugging of his trains and the whistle blowing for the gates to lower. Jacques' eager feet barely touched the stairs as he rushed down them. "Not much sleep last night," Henry observed as he and Sunday drove home from church. "Nope, not much," Sunday agreed happily. "Henry, I'm going to miss that little guy." "So am I. But before too long I expect we'll have one or two of our own." "I hope so. But isn't it incredible how fragile life is? I mean, that call about my mother last month. She's doing fine." "Yes, but we could have lost her. And little Jacques, suppose that woman who took him hadn't had the accident right here in town. God only knows if she wouldn't have panicked and maybe hurt him. I hope they catch her soon. We do all hang by a thread." "Yes, we do," Henry agreed quietly. "And for some of us, that thread is going to be cut very soon. Don't worry. The police won't have a problem finding that woman and her accomplice. Both were apparently clumsy about covering their trails." They drove through the open gates of Drumdo and down the long road to the house. Henry parked the car in front of the steps. Sims had obviously been watching for them because the door opened as they crossed the porch. "Little Jacques is on the phone, sir. His mother tells me he's been playing all morning with his trains. He wishes to thank you for your goodness to him." Sims beamed. "He wishes to offer you a joyeux Noël." As Henry hurried to the phone, Sunday grinned at Sims. "Your French accent is almost as lousy as mine."